summarize the previous part. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akaina organizes a live broadcast of Whitebeard's battle to analyze his strengths and weaknesses. However, instead of fostering confidence, the lieutenant generals and officers are overwhelmed by Whitebeard's immense power and domineering swordsmanship, sparking fear and admiration rather than strategic insight. Akaina grows frustrated, urging his subordinates to find Whitebeard's vulnerabilities. Despite past successes, like exploiting Squard's betrayal to wound Whitebeard, Akaina cannot shake the humiliation of being defeated by Whitebeard's shockwave ability. Meanwhile, the world debates fiercely over who holds the title of the strongest swordsman, with names like Mihawk, Shiki, Fujitora, and Whitebeard dominating the conversation. This battle reignites global enthusiasm for swordsmanship and strengthens Whitebeard's legacy as a legendary figure, compelling everyone to question who truly deserves the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Party Popper, don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much. And I wish you all an enjoyable time listening to the story. Where did Whitebeard end up fighting with the four emperors and on that island? While everyone was paying close attention to who the world's #1 swordsman was, someone raised a question in their heart. In a moment, it brought about a lot of pirates' resonance. Where exactly is Whitebeard fighting? More and more curious pirates. The live broadcast was at the beginning of the battle after a while, when the island's core was already destroyed beyond recognition. As for the pirates belonging to the vicinity of Nut Island, when they rushed towards Nut Island in a row, they were almost all killed by Kid's Three People's Alliance. During the time Whitebeard fought, the island became a world of confusion, bringing in countless curious people. Nuts on the island. Whitebeard's face was filled with unexpected joy. At this moment, he had no idea that someone was live broadcasting his battle. He also didn't know that his battle had caused all kinds of commotion around the world, but Whitebeard had actually obtained super sentimental value. There are those from Akainu, those from Rayleigh, those from the Navy headquarters, and those from each island and each pirate crew of the Grand Line. System, how much sentiment value do I have now? Whitebeard asked the system in his mind. At this moment, Whitebeard's physical condition was not very good. Withstanding the lightning and strong flames, it was impossible to say that he was not injured. Each part of his body was damaged to different degrees. Respected host, you currently have a high of 360,000 sentiment points. The system suggests that you choose to repair your physical injuries. This will cost you approximately 160,000 sentiment points. This system once directly gave suggestions to repair injuries, but it was possible to see Whitebeard's current body, which was really injured. Okay, then let me heal your wound. Whitebeard nodded at this time. His body was injured. This was within expectations. There was nothing surprising. As long as it was a fight, even the strongest existence would be more or less injured. The host spent 160,000 emotional values, currently recovering the host's body. The sound system is extended very quickly. Whitebeard could clearly feel an unprecedented burning sensation in his body, as if a force was circulating through every cell in his body, causing every cell to become alive, and devouring all those necrotic cells. The great saber was stuck in Whitebeard's chest and was pulled down by Whitebeard. At this moment, that startlingly visible wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. 160,000 sentiment value large-scale restoration, complete. The feeling of joy he had never felt before suddenly filled Whitebeard with joy. Whitebeard suffered such heavy injuries, spending approximately 160,000 sentiment points to repair them. Charlotte Linlin. No need to think, her price would only be more miserable. This battle, for Whitebeard, can be said to be a great harvest. Especially in swordsmanship, he gained a very deep understanding, a kind of always trying to be better than before. The remaining emotions depreciated. Whitebeard used all of them to restore his body, allowing his body to once again gain stability. At this moment, this body had already reached its limitless peak, still the original appearance. But regardless of physical strength or physical condition, it had all reached its limitless peak state. That new world Whitebeard really returned. Whitebeard's side of the wind and clouds lightly recovered the wound, and the whole area was improved, but every island in the world was because of Whitebeard's simple action. And completely collapsed. Oh my god! A wound that's several dozen centimeters deep, and the speed of its healing can be seen with the naked eye. Oh my god! What am I seeing? A miracle? Is this Whitebeard's ability? If it doesn't heal, it's too invincible. Through live broadcast watching the battle, a lot of pirates, completely broken up. This moment. No matter if it was the New World, the Sabaody Archipelago, or the remaining Grand Line Islands, all were in an uproar, screaming endlessly in their ears. The whole world sees such a situation. Whitebeard slashed away the 4 Emperor's ant, standing proudly on the spot, pulling down the great saber on his chest, without even blinking an eye. Making people shocked to the end, Whitebeard's wound, actually in an extremely short period of time, completely healed. What kind of recovery ability is this? That it can do things like Whitebeard. Watch live broadcast pirate group second breakup. Congratulations host for achieving 999,999 hours of mood value. On Whitebeard Island. Once again unexpectedly harvested a huge wave of valuable sentiments. Standing in place, doing nothing, Wang Zhaohao can also gain a large amount of emotional value. Really can't be too cool, Compared to Whitebeard's joy, the New World Navy headquarters Akainu was once again frowning, his face completely black. Beside him the lieutenant generals were admiring Whitebeard's strength. And were discussing that Whitebeard was the world's #1 swordsman. Idiot. Akainu's face darkened, and he couldn't hold back his anger anymore, and completely exploded. He turned towards a group of lieutenant generals and was furious. His saliva was flying. You guys are idiots. If Akainu knew that every time he was angry and violent, he would provide Whitebeard with a large amount of emotional value. I'm afraid that, at that time, even if Akainu had 5 lungs, he would be able to explode in succession. Akainu's black face was extremely effective. The entire Navy headquarters conference room fell silent. Maybe according to Akainu, no one will pay attention to him. Everyone completely does not give him this martial face. Bruce. Just as Akainu was about to attack again, the phone in his chest rang. Akainu's eyes swept over a group of lieutenant generals. He coldly snorted, and then he picked up the phone. Marshal Sakazuki. The other end of the phone transmitted General Fujitora Isho's low voice, carrying regret and guilt. This old man could not capture him in Burndy World. He is indeed capable. Assisting him to temporarily escape successfully. Akainu's eyes twisted. Unfortunately, news came one after another. Akainu calmed down his temper and said in a deep voice, Mr. A, smile. Let me give you the chance to continue chasing after the Burndy World. Saying Akainu is polite, not to mention Fujitora Isho's strength, won Akainu's respect. This old man will definitely capture him back. Marshal, rest assured. Fujitora's deep voice was very dignified and had an undoubted air of imposing manner. Okay. Akainu hung up the phone and turned around to look. The result was that a group of lieutenant generals were staring at the 893 phone calls and the screen. This almost made Akainu stomp his feet in anger. This old man risked his life to handle the matter. You guys are good, and each of you will only admire Whitebeard's strength. What caught everyone's attention was that Whitebeard, for some unknown reason, suddenly turned his head and glanced at an island in the distance. Such a detail of the action. Falling into the eyes of the world becomes inexplicable. Exactly. Such a situation, falling into the eyes of the 3 people allied with Kid, simultaneously scared them to the point of turning pale. The 3 people suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of fear envelop their hearts. As if they were being stared at by a terrifying creature of the world's destruction level, the backs of the 3 people all turned cold sweat running down their foreheads. Damn it. Whitebeard won't find out about us. The always smooth Appa, now the first to speak in a hurry and panic. Cannot be urgent? Being watched by such a terrifying Whitebeard, his scalp was numb. And his teeth were already trembling while he spoke. Damn it. Why is the 4th Emperor's ant so weak? Stupid. Bobby. Kid cursed. He originally planned for his ant to fight Whitebeard. Both of them were seriously injured. Maybe now looking back, Auntie was seriously injured. Fell into the dust in the ruins is. Whitebeard this considered an injury. If you want to blame Whitebeard for being too strong. He has the ability to heal his injuries in an extremely short period of time. Hawkins, who had always had a cold and steady expression, now had a face full of solemnity. I bet Whitebeard's ability can't be used often. Maybe it's related to his ability to come back to life. Kid heard this. Like the willows and flowers brightening in a village, his eyes lit up in an instant. Let's bet. Let's make a bet. Whitebeard's recovery ability needs to meet certain conditions to be able to proceed. It cannot be used continuously without interruption. With that said, we have a chance to kill Whitebeard. This group of supernovas are really forgetful. It seems like they forgot that just a second ago, because Whitebeard casually glanced from afar. They were scared to the point of cold sweat and their faces turned green. This 1 second, again become crazy. Indeed, this era of madmen is like pirates. Boom. Nuts on the island. Auntie took the broken body, rushed out of the ruins for the second time. She roared like crazy. A ripple of vibration followed her roar and swayed open. Seriously injured and bleeding. Skin and flesh hanging open, bones almost broken. The auntie's aura still did not decrease. Murderous intent was indifferent, bold and restless. At this time, there were not many people on the island. The residents of Ain, under the arrangement, had left, and the other people from the big Imam pirate crew were first affected by the battle. They were shaking and running away. Whitebeard, you and I will fight to the death. The ant roared, and in an instant, the sky and earth changed color. Thunderclouds rolled crazily, and destructive lightning struck the island. It could not distinguish between friend and foe, and was about to destroy the entire island. Boom, boom, boom. The sky suddenly hung down streaks of crimson flames. A fierce fire came from the sky, engulfing the island, inevitably burning the island to the ground. The crimson flame burns fiercely, using terrifying high temperatures. The island shore also has a path said tsunami formed, huge waves rolling roar toward the island. Thunder and lightning descended from the sky. Fire fell from the sky and waves rolled on the ground, devouring everything, leaving no room for survival. On the sea surface, each small boat carrying camera phones swayed, unstable. Even being broken by the waves, swept into the sea. Those pirates who were barely able to see the live broadcast were all terrified. No one thought that the auntie would be so stubborn. That really fat body, also about to be chopped to pieces by Whitebeard, can already summon wind and rain, control lightning, tsunamis, and skyfire. But at this moment, belonging to Big Mom pirate gang base of 10,000 countries, Cake Island. Just from the thin wheat island, Charlotte's strength was suppressed. Katakuri, dressed in a mysterious outfit, wearing a scarf covering half of her face, the half of her face exposed suddenly revealed a solemnity that had never been seen before. Speed up, go to Nut Island. Charlotte. Katakuri changed from his usual calm personality. This time the strong wind blew the fire and he shouted. Not far from him in the palace, the remaining 3 generals of the 4 deserts were all gathered together. What happened? Charlotte was topless. Cracker, revealing her muscular body, purple short hair. Her face full of ferocity, filled with doubt, looked towards Katakuri. Charlotte. Katakuri is the Charlotte family's most talented gaujia. He has cultivated his observation haki to an extremely high level. He can predict future images. I saw Emon, killed by Whitebeard. Katakuri's voice was low, extremely serious. Hearing this, in just a moment, the remaining 3 sweet snacks of the 4 generals shook at the same time. Follow the 4 people quickly on the road. Speed to the Nut Island. Rescue Mom. Damn it. Whitebeard. Charlotte. Katakuri used his profound haki to observe, seeing the image of his mother being slashed to death by Whitebeard. Immediately joined hands with the Charlotte family's strongest dessert, the 4 generals, 3 other people, and immediately set off. Behind the 4 people were all the Charlotte family's strongest people. These are all men with billions of dollars in bounty. Each force is mighty. Any place placed on the New World Ocean is enough to make one side look down on it. The Charlotte family's illustrious and mighty power is something they can fight against time and time again. Knowing that the opponent was Whitebeard, the Charlotte family did not have the slightest bit of negligence and could dispatch strong people. Almost all of them were mobilized. Maybe, just as he was about to take Charlotte. Katakuri was the head of the Charlotte family. He happened to arrive at the Cake Island dock and something happened outside. Thief, ha ha ha. Charlotte family is all in turmoil. What are you guys planning on doing with this grilled meat and beer? Thief, ha ha ha. Aloud. Debauched laughter entered the ears of all Charlotte family members. Follow. Blackbeard Teach's toothless figure appeared at the dock, blocking the path of many Charlotte family members. New Yonko. Blackbeard Teach. Many Charlotte family members, when they saw Blackbeard clearly afterwards, couldn't help but secretly panic. They didn't understand clearly why, at this time, would they encounter Blackbeard teach? Why are they monitoring the entire country, but there's absolutely no reaction, no spying on the Blackbeard pirates? This Blackbeard pirate crew. How the hell did they avoid surveillance on Cake Island? What is their purpose? Blackbeard. Good job, you cheap four emperors. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, even if you run away to Mariewa, I will still kill you. Charlotte. Katakuri's ground surface turned into soft liquid, like ocean waves. Katakuri was like a surfing god, handsome and imposing. Mr. A crimson demon sword was drawn, a prison guard dressed in Shiryu's clothes, holding a gray mountain blood blade-like demon sword. The blade flowing down each neck, a pale red blood-like demon light, blocking Charlotte. Katakuri. Shiryu held a cigar in his mouth, his face expressionless. You will probably be killed by me first. Retired. The sword came out of its sheath. No blood was seen. How did it stop? Shiryu, without any nonsense, bring forward the enemy. Wow! Among the 4 generals of the desert, there was a person named Charlotte named Senju Cracker. Cracker stood out. His purple short hair was refined and sharp. His eyes were sharp. His posture was powerful. Blackbeard pirates. They are really bold and daring. Are you guys trying to swallow an elephant? Be careful that those who don't have the ability will overindulge themselves to death. Hiccup. A middle-aged man was gasping for breath, leading a big and ugly old horse, burping, staggering and about to fall, as if he was going to fall down at any moment like a gasping for breath. God of death. Poison. Someone shouted. It would be Blackbeard's death ship. The infamous and notorious Poison.Q. Thief, ha 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 ha. Charlotte family, from now on, this island, Cake Island, and the other islands in the 10,000 nations will all become my domain. Blackbeard laughed out loud. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying battle broke out at Aunt Big Mom's pirate base and at the island of 10,000 nations cakes. This is something that Andy never thought of. Blackbeard will take advantage of her free time fighting with Whitebeard to suddenly attack Cake Island. Fresh Flower Bridge 0. I will kill you. Katakuri let out a long scream. In a flash, the sky was like a long line of soft liquid, rising from the earth's crust, howling and destroying. The roaring sound made people feel fear. Such a long line of howling soft liquid rolled up, carrying terrifying roars as they engulfed and devoured Blackbeard. The rescue of the ant was blocked. This made the pirate group of the ant's pirate gang could not help but become angry. Fierce battle in full swing. Katakuri guessed the image of his aunt being hacked to death, but was willing but powerless, wanted to go save his aunt, but was stopped by Blackbeard. Indignant idea. Can imagine how exaggerated. The battle has begun, and it is fierce. All kinds of strange abilities are continuously displayed. The entire Cake Island was covered endlessly in dust. Extremely fierce battle, continuously erupting terrifying flames. Thief, ha ha ha. This is so refreshing. The Charlotte family is much fatter than we imagined. Blackbeard Teach laughed meaningfully. Whitebeard father, I'll help you solve another problem. In fact, when the 4 generals of the Charlotte family, who knew how to take sweet snacks, went to deal with Whitebeard, every pirate couldn't help but feel their hearts shake. Help Whitebeard deal with Charlotte family. This is completely unexpected. Even Blackbeard felt embarrassed. Blackbeard spoke up, you bunch of unlucky devils. The Blackbeard pirates. I'll destroy you all. The most tragic battle broke out. All or not want to live see blood fight kill. The Blackbeard pirates at the Cake Island and the 4 generals of the Star of the Pastry were leading the Charlotte family to launch a world-shaking war. In a moment, the smoke of war flew everywhere, and the fierce attack caused the entire large Cake Island to fall into a violent shock. After the Blackbeard pirates successfully stepped onto the 4 emperors, they officially declared war on the remaining pirate crews for the first time. In such a quiet situation, they launched. This is very suitable for Blackbeard's personality. Sneak attack. By small precepts, achieve the highest benefit. The only thing that made Blackbeard extremely upset was that he was solving trouble for Whitebeard. If they had arrived a little later, the 4 General Star's powerful commander Charlotte family members would have already left the Pastry Island to find trouble for Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Father, you really are lucky. Blackbeard touched his black beard. His two hands were carrying many colorful and uneven rings, matching with that big belly image. On the contrary, he looked like a nouveau riche. Blackbeard laughed loudly, revealing a few missing front teeth, very much like a gambler. Really wanted to go with you to chat a bit. But now you may not have the qualifications to let me waste time. Whitebeard father. Mr. Blackbeard clenched his fist. A shock wave appeared in his right hand. The air around his fist was completely shaken into a vacuum. Towards the many Blackbeard pirates who were fighting, he shouted, "Speed up a bit. Turn around, there are more important things to do." After shouting, Blackbeard, who had not joined the battle, turned around and jumped onto the Blackbeard pirate ship made of large logs with a diameter of about 10 meters. The simple and crude Blackbeard pirate ship was similar to Blackbeard's rough and crazy appearance. The structure of the ship was also similar to Blackbeard's inner self, not simple at all. Like a giant pirate ship with a rough appearance and unique shape, each of the wooden rafts had a diameter of more than 10 meters and was filled with boundless hockey. Together with the Blackbeard pirates on board, they were tyrannically rampaging through the vast ocean of the New World. For Emperor's-level pirate ship, indeed special. Across island nuts. The ant was furious. She wanted to beat Whitebeard to death, but was slashed by Whitebeard with a single slash. Her bones were exposed. "If you don't die, you can only die." Whitebeard in hand, the sword tyrant said, "Infinite killing." The saber blades were everywhere. Each vortex of energy was like a wild snake dancing. The air was filled with them. Extremely terrifying. The auntie's eyes widened. She cried out miserably at the same time. Using armament hockey to circle her entire body, her physical body achieved a progressive strengthening. But she only had enough time. She was not allowed to make a further reaction. The saber had already slashed to death. Poof. On the spot, bloodstorm. Charlotte Linlin was already seriously injured. Even if she used hockey to attack, even if she fought back with both hands, she was still no match for Whitebeard. Was slashed by a knife. Bloodstorm. On the spot, sent flying. On the ground, blew out a scary groove. Dong dong dong. Whitebeard attacked in a flash, not giving Charlotte Linlin a chance to recover. His extremely terrifying blade, with a domineering and powerful aura, slashed and killed again. Without any surprise, Charlotte Linlin at this moment completely fell into a state of being killed by the sword. Once again being slashed, flying, fresh blood flowing down, spurting into the air, like a great river, an abnormally shocking scene. Only a little bit left. Can still broadcast live phone camera duplicate, bring such a shocking live broadcast image out. In a moment brought countless pirates panic. The fourth Emperor's aunt. The most powerful Charlotte Linlin, the extremely terrifying soul fruit ability user, was today being absolutely crushed by Whitebeard, crazily abusing and killing her. This is the four emperors. My god. Countless people became frightened. No one thought that the battle would eventually turn into a crazy massacre. You must know. The fourth emperor's aunt's physical body can be said to be extremely durable. During her childhood, she had already used her physical body to kill a giant race hero. Under the circumstances of so many years of harvesting soul life and crazily devouring sweets to receive energy, Charlotte Linlin's physical body has become even stronger to an unbreakable level. That is, even if the fourth Emperor's aunt's physical body is tough, she still can't withstand Whitebeard's fierce and domineering attacks. Everyone's heart was shocked to the extreme. Look quickly. Someone is approaching Whitebeard's island. At this time, a certain phone camera caught a group of images, a small pirate ship. With almost normal pirate ships speeding at 10 times the speed, towards Whitebeard's nut island, on the sea surface was pulled out a long row of white waves. The momentum was fierce. No. This is a dead boat. Control it. It's going to hit the island. The miniature pirate ship on the head, wearing a steel helmet, face full of beard, Burndy World randomly shouted loudly. Follow, only here, boom, a loud sound. Burndy World related him 1.9 pirate ships, together hit the nut island. The pirate ship instantly disintegrated, countless wooden boats were scattered. This is clearly a miniature pirate ship, after dismantling. A wooden ship comparable to a giant pirate ship appeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Damn it. Burndy World crawled out from the ruins of the wooden boat. a wrinkled old man's face carrying the joy of surviving the accident. Fortunately, in the moment of impact, the boat was enlarged more than 10 times, slowing down the impact force. Fujitora Isho, that idiot, should not have caught up. The troublemaker appears. When the dust cleared, Ivor's many figures appeared in the live broadcast and, for a moment, the pirates watching the battle were in an uproar. World Destroyer. Emogwashur ability user, Burndy World. He stormed into Whitebeard and his aunt to hand over Battle Island. This wants to disrupt the war. This change made everyone feel tense, making the originally predetermined battle situation become difficult to distinguish in the second place. A legendary pirate. A super pirate imprisoned for 30 years in Impel Down LV-6 rushed into battle on the island. Not far away on the small island. Originally, the three Kid Alliance members' faces had gradually turned green, but when they saw Ivor and the others storming the island, the three of them revealed expressions of joy. The troublemaker appears. What a perfect troublemaker. Kid licked his lips. He had just killed no less than 100 pirates with a fierce wave of his giant hand, an excited smile on his face. For Emperor's Auntie. Whitebeard. Legendary pirate of Burndy World. Haha. If only we could kill all three of them at once. Our names will definitely shake the entire Grand Line. Fight. Fight. It's best that Whitebeard and Ivor help you beat me to death. Waha. Apu waved his arms and legs, his long arms, at this moment like a dancing auntie, waving his sleeves. The piano teeth made a sound that made the emotions excited, unexpected surprise awe. This is really too good. Even the always cautious Hawkins at this moment also revealed a smile. Before he had never expected such a situation. Before the fortune-telling, Hawkins did not understand clearly. At that time he could not help but his eyebrows jumped fiercely. At that time he thought, this is an unknown sign of death. However, when he saw the Burndy World after it appeared, Hawkins suddenly understood Satora. He secretly admitted in his heart that the unclear fortune-telling did not represent death, but rather a disturbance. So comfortable going up and down fighting, really interesting. Hawkins seemed to have been relieved, revealing a long-lost smile. The three people looked at each other, once again firmly establishing this alliance. They want to exterminate the legendary figures of the four emperors. Use this. World famous. The entire small island town was completely destroyed, and the buildings had long since turned into ruins. The ground is cracking with terrifying bottomless cracks, as if it had experienced a huge earthquake. Extremely fierce battle, prepare to end. Boom. The other end of the island, Whitebeard used his tyrannical slash, exposing the white bones of the ant, and chopped it away for the second time. Blood rain poured down from the sky. Piece by piece. This is already a form of extermination. Also, Charlotte Linlin's body is tough, otherwise she would have been chopped into pieces long ago. As blood was flying, Charlotte Linlin herself was slashed and thrown in the air, sending out a parabolic path. The loud noise echoed as she flew in the direction of Ivor's many places. Mentioning it is also a good time. This just happens to help Ivor you a lot. Boom. The ant's body fell to the ground, causing a long trench to be created in the low layer, bringing with it a trail of dust, fiercely striking towards the Burndy World. What situation? Burndy World was suddenly hit by the ant, completely hit. Followed by his whole body was carried by the ant, on the ground slid 1,000 meters away. Dust rose all around, rumbling noises continuously. The sky is full of dust, blocking the live broadcast image. Through the live broadcast watching the battle, everyone can only see the sky full of dust. Waiting for the dust to disperse, the image appears, making everyone shocked. Stupid. Only saw that Auntie's clothes were torn, flesh and blood were all over, white bones were exposed, really fat under the body. The World Destroyer. Burndy World was being tightly blocked. What a huge body your aunt has. The more than 2-meter-tall Burndy World was pressed under the ant's body, like a little boy, slender and frail, only revealing a head. Oh my god. What did I see 167 coming to? The world-destroying Burndy World was like a weak boy, being pressed down by the fourth emperor's ant's huge body, colliding with him over a distance of more than 1,000 m. The picture is beautiful. My eyes sting. The three Kid Alliance members were also stunned. This isn't it just right? Even Edward Newgate himself was stunned for a moment. The dust and mist completely cleared afterwards, and everyone saw that the scene was truly beautiful as a painting. A long path was drawn out on the ground, which was the impact left by the ant pressing on Burndy World. Damn. What the hell happened? Burndy World at the ant under the people excited roar angry. Edward Newgate rarely had a sense of humor, revealing a serious and solemn face. World. I'll give you a great beauty, you. Don't be so excited. Great beauty. Is it special so big? So huge? Where can there be beauties? Don't joke. If Auntie is talking about beauties, there are no ugly women in the whole world. Burndy World just heard Whitebeard say, just a flash and old face all black. Boom. The Auntie's extremely fat body pressed down on World. Suddenly he used both hands to push himself up. And with a bang, the Auntie's super heavy body was unexpectedly sent flying by World. At this time, the ant was already on her last breath. After being pushed by World, she was quickly thrown out. With a bang, she fell into the sea. Gulp gulp. Auntie fell into the sea. Huge buoys appeared one after another. World showed extremely powerful force. After sending the old lady flying, World's eyes widened, glaring at Whitebeard, his eyes filled with flames. Edward Newgate, what do you mean by this? Edward Newgate looked at World with a calm expression and said calmly, I gave you a woman. You don't thank me, and you still want to question me. Give you a woman. A woman. Woman. One after another, the echoes kept coming back to Burndy World's mind, as if in a crazy gesture, causing World to remember that Auntie's extremely fat monster's huge body. He was pressed to the ground by such a fat body, the collision exceeded 1,000 meters distance. Thinking of this, Burndy World felt dizzy. He is angry. This old man doesn't need you to give him a woman. Burndy World was so embarrassed that he became angry. He picked up the giant cannon that had fallen to the side and aimed it at Whitebeard. He panted and shouted, Whitebeard, I want to blow you away. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the shoulder-mounted cannonball turned into a supergiant cannonball, about 100 times larger. Almost 100 m in distance. Burndy World is sitting cross-legged at the giant cannon advancing. Boom. Without any extra words. Burndy World magnified the supergiant cannon 100 times in distance and bombarded Whitebeard. The supergiant cannon's muzzle spewed out terrifying flames. A super-huge cannonball about 10 meters in diameter, with extremely terrifying speed, instantly bombarded towards Whitebeard. Mac Fruit's ability really grew 100 times bigger. Changed 100 times faster. The giant cannon's muzzle flame had just been released. The cannonball broke through the air with a loud whistling sound, before it could be transmitted. That extremely large cannonball had already reached Whitebeard's side. No time to dodge. No time for any extra moves. Whitebeard's eyes shot out in a circle. His two hands tightly grasped the huge blade, taking a slashing stance, blocking it at his feet. Mister. The extremely powerful armament hockey instantly covered every part of Whitebeard's body. High and low. Just in time for such a move. Huge cannonballs have bombarded. Boom. A world-shaking explosion rang out. In a flash, Whitebeard's residence emitted a shocking explosion. And a huge mushroom-shaped cloud rose into the sky. The fire exploded, and it shot up even higher. Wow, wow, wow. A loud explosion in the thick smoke. Only to see Whitebeard holding a knife with both hands, rapidly sliding backwards, on the ground where Whitebeard's two legs were dragged out a deep trench, a slippery path. Countless rocks and soil were crushed by Whitebeard's two legs. The cannonball and Whitebeard's sword collided, causing a loud explosion. But the explosion produced a terrifying force, blowing Whitebeard away. If it wasn't for Whitebeard's strong strength, under this kind of explosive force, he would definitely be blown into the sky. Instead, he would slide backwards. Whitebeard's original residence, countless layers of earth and rocks were blown away. Each piece of earth and rock was blown away, shooting out in all directions. The entire layer of earth was shaking into a round of vibration-like fluctuations, the vibration rapidly spreading to the entire island. A huge deep pit like the sky appeared in that place. On the island, there were cracks appearing, like the island was cracking, terrifying. This level of cannonball explosion, it was really terrifying. If it was changed to the remaining small island, it would probably be destroyed by this cannonball. Whitebeard was blown away by a cannon. Oh my god! Emogwa's ability. Isn't it too much to praise Zhang Chang? Seeing such a scene, everyone could not help but become frightened, especially that mind-blowing giant cannon. Estimated more than 100-meter huge cannon. Shake everyone. Haha, Whitebeard was sent flying by this old man. Looking at Whitebeard sliding backwards for who knows how many thousands of meters, sitting cross-legged on the cannon on Burndy World. Grinning loudly, an old face full of wrinkles, laughing like a chrysanthemum blooming, sending Whitebeard flying. For him, it was truly a wash of humiliation, refreshing and satisfying. He laughed. Evil Whitebeard, give me another big. Before the aunt and mother could open their mouths, the smile that was blooming on Burndy World's face froze. Mr. Only saw a huge slash about 100 meters away, cutting through the air. Lee carried a vacuum trajectory like a black dragon, with a terrifying momentum of cutting through everything. Slashing to death. The slash passed through, the air was chopped into a vacuum, the air vortex was like a long line of destruction, the ground layer also appeared a bottomless crack. Countless mud flew, under the air vortex flew and destroyed. The scene was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. In the next blink of an eye, the giant cannon that Burndy World was sitting on was slashed and exploded. A terrifying explosion sounded. Countless pieces of debris from the giant cannon were shot out in all directions. And the one originally sitting cross-legged at the giant cannon on Burndy World was sent flying into the sky by a slash. Or not. I will definitely pay it back. Burndy World's miserable scream echoed through the air, full of dust inside. A burly figure appeared, a black moon-shaped white-bearded Edward Newgate, holding a domineering saber. Step by step walked out from the dust. Just after being sent flying by a huge cannonball, Whitebeard in the distance stabilized his body and, with his unparalleled swordsmanship, slashed out an extremely domineering slash. Bring Burndy World giant cannon to destroy. Even more is to cut the Burndy World itself. Burndy World was slashed away by the huge slash. Screaming in the air, tracing a long parabolic path, then with a loud bang, it crashed into the ruins of a small town in the distance. Shake up countless dusty ruins. Noisy. Watching the battle, a lot of pirate groups, a piece of commotion. They were shocked by Ivor's powerful help a second ago, shocked by Momo's truly terrifying power. But in the next second, Whitebeard forcefully hit them in the face, hit everyone's face. Just one slash. Absolute domineering giant slash. Immediately give Burndy World to fiercely slash away. Then the absolute slash made the pirates tremble for the second time. This is Whitebeard swordsmanship. Extremely far-reaching 200 slashes, terrifying power, fierce and tyrannical. After cutting off the Burndy World, Whitebeard himself was safe and sound, coming out from the dust flying all over the sky. As expected of Whitebeard. Still the strongest. Everyone was shocked. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, in the distance of Burndy World, earth-shattering rumbling sounds continuously rang out. Countless ruins were blown away with a loud bang. Whitebeard, I won't be defeated so easily. Burndy World's voice was like thunder, as if from the clouds smashing towards a kind of follow. He reached the maximum speed, stepped on Jeppu, and charged through the air. No, 10 times faster. Burndy World from the side pulled out a long sword together, with lightning speed, aimed at Whitebeard, slashed out with a sword. Retired. The long sword cut through the air with a shrill sound, and as the long sword became 100 times larger, the speed at which it was slashed also changed to 100 times faster. What is the concept of 100 times? 1 yard turns into 100 meters. 50 kilos turned into 10,000 pounds. No, 100 times more slash. I must wash away my humiliation first. Burndy World's extreme speed, the hand holding the sword 100 times larger, the slashing speed 100 times faster, the power unmatched, slashing towards Whitebeard. Wash away the humiliation first. Whitebeard laughed heartily, wildly waving the huge blade in his hand, slashing across Burndy World. You, a guy who only relies on his real abilities, can really talk. Painting. The precise saber slash in Burndy World was 100 times more accurate than the giant sword above, and between the saber and sword, lightning erupted. An extremely ear-piercing sound of swords clashing erupted. This sound pierced the sky, and Lian Yun's body was completely shattered. An extremely terrifying and enormous countershock force rolled back from where the swords and sabers clashed. Hey! Theed. Whitebeard suddenly slashed forward with both hands holding the saber. That terrifying countershock force was pushed towards Burndy World. Retirement. As Whitebeard suddenly pushed, the force of the countershock swept through the entire Burndy World. Under such terrifying countershock force, his entire body flew out. Whitebeard stood proudly, standing in place. Under Whitebeard's feet, there was mud being pressed out. It was a layer of 2 deep footprints that Whitebeard struggled to shake out with his 2 feet. The earth and rocks were all shaken out, enough to prove how terrifying the recent Burndy World slash was. But even though the slash was so terrifying, it was still sent flying by Whitebeard's counterattack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Burndy World crawled out of the island ruins for the second time. He was gasping for breath. Every part of the body is filled with powerful hockey weapons, making Burndy World look like a black steel old man like iron is also this powerful hockey weapon, strengthening the defense, allowing Burndy World to live until now. And still not dead. Through the live broadcast watching the battle, many pirate groups could not help but exclaim. Each also extremely admired Burndy World's endurance. This battle really took a turn for the worse. Mo Fruit's ability is indeed very powerful, 100 times more powerful than slashes. 100 times more powerful than cannonballs. It makes all the people watching the battle become excited, become bloodthirsty. For Burndy World, this can be enough to strengthen the defense to the limit of armament hockey, making many pirates terrified. It's just that, at this moment, Burndy World's internal energy is collapsing. He silently lowered his head, looking at his 2 hands. The same hockey-armed hands wrapped around them at this moment were filled with cracks, streaks of fresh blood seeping out. Whitebeard slashed back with his sword. The reverse shockwave force rolled up, causing Burndy World's 2 arms to crack open. Obviously helping Ivor you more proactively attack, do not do. 100 times more slashing ability, slash towards Whitebeard. The opposite result is to bring both hands to the shock cracked. Looking back at Whitebeard, he was still standing there proudly. This made Burndy World's heart extremely unbalanced and extremely uncomfortable. Hateful A. Both hands are cracked. Can't hold the knife. This Ivor, you guys are really strong. Through the phone camera, many pirates watched the battle and thought the same thing. Even Kid's 3-person team had the same idea. I feel like it's time for the group to go deal with Whitebeard. Apu thought about killing Whitebeard's image, already felt a surge of excitement. For a moment couldn't help but wave his hands and feet. Haha. Helping Ivor, you are really doing us a great favor. It seems that it is fate. We want to exterminate Whitebeard. Make him famous in this new sea world. Kid even revealed a crazy destructive smile. Even the usually careless Hawkins at this moment had an excited expression on his face. 83. The legendary pirate who exterminated Whitebeard, who was once called the world's strongest, just thinking about it made his blood boil. Challenge Whitebeard. Beat Whitebeard to death. This is probably the pirate world's dream. Only the people involved helped Ivor you more yourself, at this time is laughing more ugly than crying. If someone nearby praised him for being awesome, he would probably slap him back. Then he would add, "You're awesome, you're awesome." He suffered terribly with Whitebeard. Only he himself knew. He slashed Whitebeard with his sword, but his 2 hands were shattered by the shockwave, and he couldn't even hold the sword. Can't hold a knife, can hold a spear. Help Ivor you more. Suddenly inspiration suddenly flashed. Each hand held a pistol, aimed not far away. Whitebeard. Don't. 100 times spear. Thump thump. 2 bullets were fired from the pistol, and in the instant the bullets were fired out of the barrel, regardless of the bullet speed or the size of the bullets. They all instantly became 100 times larger. Power increased 100 times over SSJ-1. Rockets the size of 2, with a whoosh, bombarded towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard did not dodge. Because dodging had no meaning, giving Ivor more observation hockey was not just a vain name. Whitebeard directly used the momentum of the saber tyrant to slash and attack, to resist head-on. The knife cut the bullet exploded in an instant. The fierce explosion instantly flew up. In a moment the fire reached the sky. The sky was filled with dust covering Whitebeard's place. Outsiders basically couldn't see Whitebeard's situation. Only Ivor can help you more clearly. His observation hockey can feel Whitebeard's situation. His two hands take the dizzying speed of loading bullets. If 2 bullets can't solve it, then 200 shots. As soon as he finished speaking, Burndy World raised his hand, and 2 more shots were fired. Before the dust settled, 2 bullets magnified 100 times and accelerated 100 times, bombarded the area for the second time. Boom, 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 boom. Dust filled the sky and flew up in the time. Each bullet was shot out by Burndy World. The entire island was shaking violently, countless rocks and soil were blown away, and the cracks in the ground were even more intense when the bullets exploded, forming huge trenches like a deep abyss. Dust is flying all over the sky. The thick smoke made it impossible to see the battle situation on the island. Through the phone camera, the pirate group watching the battle couldn't help but be shocked and shocked. Everyone couldn't help but admire. Burndy World is indeed a legendary level powerhouse. This time, Whitebeard is afraid it will be dangerous. It's 100 times more terrifying than bullets. 1 person is an army. It's comparable to an extraordinary summons. Some people are so amazed. Because the crack on the island of Nuts is like an abyss, the entire island is about to sink, destroying a large island. This is not a joke. The 4th Emperor's aunt was abused by Whitebeard. As a result, you helped Ivor with many hands and ended up in danger. This matter. Everyone couldn't help but admire the powerful abilities of this MO fruit user. 100 times faster speed plus 100 times stronger power. It was simply the nemesis of Whitebeard's type of power. Everyone was shocked at the same time. Helping Ivor Umeni himself at this time was already cold sweat flowing. His back was cold all over. His scalp was numb. In his heart there were 10,000 numb words that wanted to curse out. But he couldn't stop the action in his hand, because only he knew clearly, in the mist Whitebeard basically didn't suffer the slightest injury. On his forehead, cold sweat the size of beans dripped down. It was obvious that Ivor had too many bullets, and he could only barely stop Whitebeard from killing him. However, outsiders could not see the situation, but were still shocked by Ivor's truly powerful ability. Unless you use speed to defeat people, you can only win the Burndy World. Otherwise, others can only help Ivoryu as a living target. This person's sigh is not wrong. Ivoryu have more observation hockey, can focus, predict the enemy's next move, so that the enemy cannot dodge. Maybe Burndy World itself can increase its speed by 100 times. This kind of devil's ability is too perverted. 5.7. MO Fruit's ability can make the ability user's own speed increase to 100 times, allowing the hand to touch the object. The speed and size will increase 100 times. The power will naturally increase accordingly. It must be said that seeing such a situation, the most excited person is definitely the 3-Kid Alliance. The 3 people eagerly sat on the boat, going at full speed not far from the Nut Island. Hope Whitebeard is still alive. That way we can kill Whitebeard in front of everyone. Also help Ivor a lot. Killing a legendary level pirate. It will definitely let our reputation rise a bit more. Haha. Kid was the head of the 3 Alliance, laughing wildly and quickly rushed to the Nut Island. Phone photography coincidentally brought 3 people on stage to bring close-up. A new troublemaker appears, possessing watching the pirate war. Seeing such a scene, cannot help but be shocked. Supernova, Scratchman, Apo, Eustace, Kid, Basil, Hawkins. Oh my god, those 3, how did they know when to appear? Everyone was amazed. New troublemaker. This battle is full of variables. It's simply unprecedented in history to have such a comfortable up and down. This is already the 2nd wave of troublemakers. It really makes people full of anticipation. What the hell is going to happen next? What do these 3 powerful supernovas want to do? Everyone's eyes turned to Kid and the 3 people in the Alliance. Boom, boom, boom. 12 Kid's iron from the giant hand waved majestically in a moment on the island ruins. Countless iron and steel weapons and tools were continuously sucked by Kid. Just a moment later, that giant iron hand was estimated to be more than 100 meters long, just like a tyrant dragon. Extraordinary hockey. A poised body transformed into various musical instruments, blowing gongs, drums, pianos, and other musical instruments that emitted piercing music. And he himself was extremely excited. As a long-armed person, when he waved his arms and legs, his hands waved as if he were singing an opera. Although it was a bit funny, it scared people inside. This is precisely by relying on the strange musical instrument's ability, it emerged as a supernova on the Grand Line. A year later, they had definitely achieved a second increase. Their strength, each of them, could not be underestimated. Help Ivory look long to Kid 3 people appear, slightly stunned, then happy. He feels he can probably use this opportunity. Escape from Whitebeard. Already aimed at Whitebeard, estimated to have fired over 100 shots. Hundreds of times more bullets. During the whole process, Whitebeard was constantly changing positions, helping Ivor sometimes take bullets to bombard Whitebeard, leaving Whitebeard in the dust. The Earth's surface was about to be leveled by an explosion, and the dust in the sky was about to rise to the clouds. With the help of Ivor's powerful observation hockey, everyone couldn't see the dust, but Whitebeard was still safe and sound. He completely understood that he was fundamentally incapable of killing Whitebeard, and even once he ran out of bullets, that would be the end of his world. So seeing Kid 3 people allied to come later, helping Ivor you grow taller and taller, finally able to escape from Whitebeard, this terrifying monster. Thinking of this, helping Ivor you can't help but wipe a little cold sweat. But this scene fell into the eyes of Kid 3 people, but was misunderstood. World-destroying people, legendary level great pirates. Seeing us appear, we're all scared to the point of cold sweat. Kid grinned. His crimson hedgehog head was extremely majestic. The red hedgehog-like cloak on his body was fluttering. That 100-meter-long giant hand made his whole person look even more arrogant. He looked towards Ivor, who helped you, grinned. Looks like you understand. Next, we will slaughter you. And Whitebeard will also die by our hands. Apo looked at Ivor and waved his arms and legs, grinning and playing musical instruments. Creak creak, exterminate the legendary pirates. Woo woo woo. We are about to shake the new world. Even Hawkins revealed a smile, waving his straw-colored hair. You and us have no chance of winning. Help Ivor you don't. Heart coldly laughed. 3 arrogant newcomers looked down on him like that, even dare to declare to exterminate Whitebeard. Really don't know how to live or die. Kid 3 people did not pay attention to help Ivor you many small movements, but is to the outer circle to take pictures with the phone, bringing a huge close-up. A perfect opportunity. A perfect legendary pirate appears. All of this is destined. We must exterminate the 4 Emperors-level pirates. Exterminate Whitebeard. Although the 4 Emperors' aunt sank to the bottom of the sea and is probably dead, but to exterminate a legendary pirate who could put Whitebeard in danger is not wrong. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. Boom. For 160. Kid's chance to make the first move. That giant head like iron-toothed giant hand, with terrifying power, loud rumble. Smashed towards Ivor you many. The giant iron hand's teeth fell loudly, each vortex of energy rapidly scattered, emitting sharp sounds. A huge shadow covered Burndy World. Burndy World directly attacked the giant hand. What a joke. With the 3 of you, you still want to kill me. What foolish thoughts. Arrogant newcomers. This piece of sea. It's not your turn to act so carelessly. No. 100 times more painful. Boom boom boom. 3 huge bullets instantly appeared, bombarding Kid, Apo, and Hawkins respectively. Boom boom boom. 100 times the bullet, the first to hit the iron-toothed Kid in his hand. The bullet instantly exploded. Fierce flames exploded. Smoke instantly filled the air. What? After a moment, Burndy World's eyes widened in disbelief. The Kid's giant hand broke through the thick smoke, carrying a fierce burning flame. Under 100 times the bullets. It was not damaged at all. Boom. Iron from the giant hand fell and smashed Ivor on you. In a moment, rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Dust rose high. And the huge iron from the giant hand shattered, and countless pieces of iron and steel flew backwards. Boom. The whole person surrounded by hockey armed to help Ivor you a lot. From a pair of iron in the ruins crawled out. The whole person was pitch black. On the forehead there was a line of fresh blood. Fresh blood along the bloodline slid down. He was injured. Little devil. You successfully angered me. Help Ivor you more angry. He conveniently grabbed a few handles and smashed towards Kid. Boom. These iron and steel things, while smashing towards Kid, suddenly increased their speed by 100 times, becoming 100 times larger, like a meteorite with a ferocious aura, fiercely shooting towards Kid. Possess iron and steel, all except my control. Kid suddenly waved his hand again. The huge iron ball that was shot out was sucked from his arm. Kill him for me. On the other side, Apo and Hawkins had already avoided helping Ivor with hundreds of bullets. Following Kid's loud shout, the three of them used their tactics and simultaneously killed him to help Ivor with many more. The battle broke out, rocks flew everywhere, the sky was filled with dust from the battle. Each rumbling sound continuously rang in the ears. The explosions caused by the battle were even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, Ivor was hit by Apo's strange musical instrument. Then was hit by Hawkins's divination that was hard to defend against, and finally was hit into the ground by Kid's terrifying giant hand. Numb. Seeing such a scene, many pirates couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Kid 3 People Alliance attack really make people shocked, help Ivor you much in the end, but decline in their hands. Kid's ferocious and ruthless attacks, Apo's strange attacks, Hawkins's attacks using mannequins, are even harder to defend against. If it was 1 versus 1. Helping Ivor you definitely wouldn't lose to any of them, but the 3 of them joining forces, it's really a weak point, extremely powerful. They have arbitrary capital. Hawkins changed his former quiet and calm style. He looked towards the other side of the dusty sky, his face filled with confidence. Killing Burndy World to death is just an appetizer. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. Kid laughed loudly, his crimson hedgehog-like coat fluttering, his huge iron hand was unusually domineering, and his face was filled with an extremely cruel, arrogant and domineering smile. Next, let the whole world witness. Let's exterminate that shocking scene of Whitebeard. Apo's 2 hands shook. The red color of his clothes was bright and cheerful, making his whole person look refreshed and energetic. He was so powerful. Noisy. At a time when the whole world was in an uproar, 3 ferocious supernovas wanted to join hands to kill Whitebeard. This is the so-called strongest man in the world. Today, may fall into the hands of 3 supernovas. Everyone's eyes could not help but look towards the sky filled with dust. That place is Whitebeard's place. Boom. The dust in the sky finally dispersed, holding a saber in his hand, standing proudly. The handsome figure of Whitebeard appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh, oh, oh. Suddenly, the gale howled, the celestial phenomena changed, thunder clouds gathered, lightning was rising. Heavy rain was waiting. It seemed like heavy rain would fall at any time. Noisy and noisy. Wave after wave of waves crashed into the already nearly shattered Nut Island, under the raging wind, emitting choking sounds. The New World's bold atmosphere is just so unsettling. There were many mobile phone cameras buried in the sea, but because the speed of the release was really too much, there were still many small boats carrying mobile phone cameras, fighting for the final battle in the live broadcast. This battle has gone through a comfortable ups and downs battle, welcoming the highly anticipated final outcome. Whitebeard. Kid raised his head, a ferocious smile on his face, matching his flying hedgehog head that was rubbed by the hurricane, making his whole person look unusually casual and cruel. Remember today. Remember us. Apu was also smiling, his pair of long arms were shaking, belonging to the long-armed dance clan, Whitebeard. That was once called the world's strongest man. Today, let the whole world come to witness. We will slaughter you here. The 3 of them stood side by side, looking up at Whitebeard, who was many times taller than them, his face filled with confident smiles. Remember these 3 names. Scratchman. Apa. Eustace. Kid. Star. Basil. Hawkins. Whitebeard didn't have any extra nonsense. He raised his huge blade, domineeringly and directly slashed towards Kid and the other 3. The blade tyrant said 1 slash. And with his free time, a loud noise erupted. What are you guys joking about? Let me remember your names. Whitebeard's voice was like thunder falling from the sky, resounding throughout the entire island. How can I have the free time to remember you nameless rats? Stab. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunder for a long time. And finally it tilted and fell down. Lightning illuminated the great saber that received the saber's attack. The blade reflected the lightning light, extremely dazzling. As if in this world, there was only this saber left. Infinite domineering, heaven and earth, only I can strike with 1 knife. Boom. Fearing all the overlord's hockey, like a flash flood, the 3 Kid people were instantly swept away. In just a moment, Kid's 3 minds were shaken by the overlord's hockey at the same time. The 3 of them paused, briefly forgetting about their possession. Whitebeard's hockey observation has already swept out, accurately concentrating the three people's hearts. This is the style of their escape route. Stab. Lightning struck down from the sky, slashing down, illuminating the blade, causing this peerlessly domineering blade to suddenly flash with a dazzling light. As if the blade contained lightning, extremely domineering. Grandfather. The saber directly slashed and killed. In an instant, the air was chopped into a vacuum. The air vortex rippled and vibrated, shaking outwards in all directions. No escape, no escape. Faced with Whitebeard's sudden arrival, he completely stopped talking and unleashed a domineering 913-mile slash. Kid's arrogant and haughty face completely disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pale face. This was something that had never happened before since Kid's debut. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the Overlord's hockey was stirred up, Kid and the others felt their heads buzzing. Their bodies were out of control, and they couldn't help but want to collapse on the ground like they were shocked by Whitebeard's hockey. The three people were terrified. The shadow of death instantly enveloped their heads, and they were instantly filled with fear. The three people only felt cold from head to toe, cold all over, as if falling into an ice cave. This kind of overbearing sword technique made people not even dare to have the slightest belief in resisting, even though they were powerful supernovas. But before death fell, Kid finally figured it out. Why before helping Ivor you many on the forehead will have big bean-sized cold sweat. Also know why. Help Ivor you, babe, more insist on full sky dust non-stop shooting. Because Burndy World basically did not harm Whitebeard at all. The reason why Burndy World was sweating profusely was entirely because Whitebeard was safe and sound. The three of them still naively thought that helping Ivor was mostly because of fear that they would break out in cold sweat. They still naively thought that since Whitebeard was seriously injured, the three of them could pick up a huge bargain. They even thought that their plan was perfect. Even if there was a single flaw, the appearance of these troublemakers in Ivor was enough to fill in the gaps, allowing them to complete their plan perfectly. They exterminated the four emperors, exterminated legendary pirates, exterminated Whitebeard's plan. Looking back now, it was simply a huge joke. I don't have time to remember you nameless rats. Whitebeard's hockey sentence still faintly echoed in Kid and the other three's ears. Only at this moment did they truly understand the difference in strength between themselves and Whitebeard. Was like a never-ending chasm. It's just that they realized it too late. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, the domineering blade, without any surprise, slashed straight down on the heads of Kid and the other three. In a moment of flying sand and rocks, the three people were slashed directly into the underground layer by this tyrannical sword. Puffy, puffy. 3 streams of blood gushed out like fountains under the blade. In the rumbling sound, the Earth's layer was cut open with a bottomless tear. Kid, Hawkins' 3 people intend to challenge the 4 emperors, secretly calculating the supernova Whitebeard. Under this tyrannical slash, completely die, no remains left. The only evidence that proves the existence of the 3 people is that the Earth layer above them was slashed by Whitebeard, leaving behind a deep abyss-like crack. Numb. At this moment, the pirates who were still watching the live broadcast all sucked in a breath of cold air. Far. Everyone is public. Before helping Ivor you have many attacks, only disturbing Whitebeard. The pressure basically did not hurt Whitebeard at all. What a troublemaker. What supernova alliance. In Whitebeard's eyes, it was just like Whitebeard said before, I don't have the free time to remember you nameless rats. In Whitebeard's eyes, Kid and the others were nameless rats. What a secret plan. What a perfect strategy. Block in front of me, all tyrannical slash, with invincible swordsmanship, cut off all plots and schemes. The 4th Emperor's aunt. In the end, she fell in this battle. The 3 strongest supernovas were killed by Whitebeard with 1 slash. Infinitely overbearing 1 slash. Whitebeard's swordsmanship. Fierce and domineering. Fierce and invincible, cutting down everything. This is Whitebeard's swordsmanship. This battle has caused too much commotion. Next, it is destined to cause even more commotion. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, a cough choked by dust came from a deep pit, followed by a pale-faced Burndy World, struggling to crawl out of the deep pit. He raised his head and happened to see a snow-white blade, and couldn't help but shiver. Your pistol. Still making noise? Whitebeard's voice, like a death judge, entered Ivor's ears. Impossible. Absolutely cannot hit again. Burndy World wants to be as sad as it is sad. Before he shot the pistol, masturbating, it was very refreshing. Although the more he fought, the more uncomfortable he felt, to the point that by the end, cold sweat was pouring down. No call or not. At this time, Burndy World was in a miserable state. His body was covered in mud and ruins, especially that lightning-like beard, and he didn't know when it had hung a dirty omen, probably because he had crawled out of the ruins when he hung it up. Looking extremely miserable, making Ivor very scared, he knew clearly that he couldn't defeat Whitebeard. My hand is injured. No, we'll not fight again. There's no pistol to hit. Whitebeard looked down at the 2-meter-tall, dwarf-like figure in front of him, helping Ivor a lot, smiling on the outside, but not on the inside. Do you still want to shoot a pistol? Masturbation? White. The saber swung, not giving Ivor more than half a chance to explain. A saber from Swish Swish, slashed towards Ivor more. Are not. Help Ivor scream one more time. Body speed to the limit with 10 times speed. Go up Jepu. Quickly escape the place. I surrender. I surrender. Don't joke. After shooting the pistol, you're already saying surrender. Whitebeard shook his wrist. The trajectory of his saber changed. Blocking ahead of time to help Ivor, he slashed down with one slash. This is the observation hockey of the battle. Very obvious. Whitebeard's observation hockey. Wants to help Ivor much more profound observation hockey. Boom. Even though Ivor tried to change his speed, he was still slashed by Whitebeard's sword into the ground, causing Ivor to scream miserably. In an instant, ruins were scattered everywhere, and rocks and soil flew backwards. Still fighting or not pistol? Whitebeard said towards the slashed tear in the Burndy World, his saber raised high, the blade shining brightly, flashing a dazzling light. Help Ivor many. That tragic voice from more than 10 meters deep crack transmitted. Don't dare. I also don't dare to shoot the pistol anymore. Masturbation. Wait to help Ivor more. Crawl out time. On his body there are many bleeding wounds. Fortunately, his armament hockey was extremely powerful. Even though he was hit into the underground layer by the 3 Kid Alliance members, he was not injured at all. It was just that he looked extremely disheveled. Just crawled out of the deep pit to help Ivor a lot. Raised his head to look at the cold light blade flowing above, immediately let go of his hand. Bang, fell into the deep pit crack again. His miserable scream then came out. I was wrong. I also don't dare to shoot a pistol anymore. Masturbate. Spare me. I this old bone, can't stand your big blade. Help Ivor much fear. He saw that being afraid in front of Whitebeard was not considered losing face. After all, he couldn't beat Whitebeard before, and he couldn't beat him now. He dreams of traveling the world. His goal is to overthrow the damn world government. To get revenge on the frozen 30 years. He also doesn't want to die in the hands of his old rival Whitebeard. Hiding in the crack inside, I'll hit you, but it's not your turn. Whitebeard raised his sword high, domineeringly slashing towards the Earth's surface. Boom, boom, boom. The Earth's layer was instantly cut open, a slash from the crack inside. Press straight to help Ivor go. No. I'm wrong. Don't kill the one who surrenders. The bottom crack made Ivor scream miserably. He desperately avoided the slash, but still hit the target, instantly slashed deeper into the mud layer. Boom, boom, boom. This path of rifts quickly collapsed. Rocks and soil fell down, very quickly burying many of Ivor's people underneath. Through the remaining phone camera, many pirates watching the battle were stunned. The world's destroyer in front of Whitebeard, yet, can only be reversed. Is this battle over? Someone was shouting. Especially those pirates who watched the battle the whole way. Their hearts were extremely shaken by Whitebeard's domineering and tyrannical power for a long time. This battle results. The 4th Emperor's ant has fallen. Everyone would think of it first. Whitebeard used his domineering attitude of not caring about the raging flames, violently slashing the anti with his saber, and finally completely slashed the anti who seemed to have equal strength. No matter how much her ant used thunder control or fire control, in the end she was still no match for Whitebeard. She was completely crushed and beaten by Whitebeard, beaten into the bottom of the sea. But the 3 famous, cruel, arrogant and domineering superstars in Whitebeard's hands couldn't even receive a single move and were instantly killed. Thinking of these things, everyone couldn't help but feel moved in their hearts. That hockey man, known as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. With a sweeping, world-ruling attitude, he returned powerfully. New world over there, Cake Island place. At this time, Sweet Cake Island had completely changed. The entire island was filled with bottomless cracks. After a final battle, Sweet Cake Island almost sank. Charlotte Clan versus Blackbeard Pirates. Finally, the Blackbeard Pirates win miserably. Damn it. They ran away again. The champion of the tournament was called Jesus. Burgess cursed fiercely. His body was completely crushed. His flesh was torn apart. His blood had already hardened. We suffered heavy losses, but in the end we didn't get to kill them. It's really too bad. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard indifferently laughed out loud. Charlotte family erased the name of the new world. Big the Mom Pirate Gang. All the islands, territories, treasures, wealth are all our Blackbeard Pirate Gang. A few small shrimps ran away. What do they consider it? Van Augur's right eye, which was covered by a blindfold, was smashed. He opened his mouth. What about Whitebeard? We still have to subdue the Big Mom Pirates territory. How can we have the free time to deal with Whitebeard? Blackbeard glanced at Van Augur. He was always decisive in his actions, and did not bother with Whitebeard's affairs. Ship doctor. Let the waiters treat him first. The entire Blackbeard pirate crew could be said to be seriously injured. Even a powerful existence like Shilyu was seriously injured. The giant island-like, giant battleship, San Juan Wolf, was also heavily injured. It must be said that the Charlotte family that stands tall in the New World is extremely powerful. Even if Charlotte Linlin was not in the situation, she still severely injured all of the Blackbeard pirates, 9073 officers who participated in the battle. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Countless pirates died. The Blackbeard pirates suffered such heavy losses that they were eventually chased away by the Charlotte family's highest officials and the 4 generals of the Sweet Snack. In this battle, especially the famous New World observation hockey Charlotte Katakuri, under the awakening of the new Nuquadat situation, combined with the profound observation hockey that could predict the future. It was extremely powerful. The Blackbeard pirates' several officers all died at his hands. At this time, the sick ship was on its last legs. Q brought a group of subordinates to treat many members of the Blackbeard pirates. Captain, just received news from the underworld. Golden City Guild Tesoro. Obtained a Logia-type devil fruit. Wearing a black fedora, holding an umbrella-shaped gun in his hand, Lafitte secretly put the phone in his chest, turned his head, and spoke to Blackbeard and the others. Logia-type devil fruit, really? Blackbeard laughed and said, Don't tell me, it was that flash fruit that was killed by Whitebeard with Kizaru. This is a great piece of good news. Many Blackbeard Pirates members heard the sound, and couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Logia system flash fruit. This is an absolute power. If the Blackbeard Pirates were to obtain it, they would definitely be able to produce one more Admiral-level member of the Navy headquarters. This may not be an exaggeration at all. Also don't have the exact information. Lafitte adjusted his collar, mentioning this devil fruit, like a gentleman he also couldn't help but scold. Guild Tesoro, that guy is too greedy for wealth. A person gathered the whole world's 20% berries, still not enough, released the news saying, This Logia devil fruit is a fruit that even Whitebeard can think of. Said that it wants to hold an auction in the Golden City, need 10 billion berries. Starting price. Hearing these words of 10 billion starting price, many of the Blackbeard pirates couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Each and every one of them scolded this damned Guild Tesoro. He's really greedy and crazy. Underworld. Guild Tesoro. Blackbeard sighed softly, his eyes sparkling. Outsiders couldn't see what he was thinking, but it definitely wasn't something good. Captain, that family holds 20% of the world's berries. Should we make a big deal? I agree. Even the poison Q inside many members of the Blackbeard pirate crew all hurriedly expressed their agreement. Your injuries won't recover that quickly. Once the 4 emperors join, we'll be completely finished. This isn't a gamble, it's a death sentence. Blackbeard was addicted to gambling. This time he did not bet. In his heart he was cursing. If it was really the flash fruit, if he missed it, this heavy price of hitting the Cake Island could turn into a huge mistake. Captain, Are we just going to let the flashing fruit drift away from us like this? The way the champion Jesus fought. Burgess's body had several pieces of flesh on it. He was still excited as he spoke, seemingly not caring about this injury at all. Blackbeard first time upset. This suddenly appeared Logia devil fruit, regardless of whether it was the flashing flash fruit or not. It had ruined his plans and disturbed his normally calm disposition. Just captured the Cake Island. If they bring a bunch of seriously injured officers to fight and seize that Logia-type devil fruit, the entire Blackbeard pirate crew will be in danger. But having to let go of this Logia-type devil fruit, Blackbeard was truly unwilling. Very angry. Very unwilling. Very angry. The Blackbeard pirates all looked at Blackbeard, waiting for their captain to make a decision. This group of extremely vicious people would not care if their injuries were serious or not. If it really was the flash fruit, no matter how severe the loss, it would still be worth it. Captain, each of us is now seriously injured. We cannot take the risk. In the end, it was still Lafitte who spoke. In case it is not a sparkling 5.9 fruit, then it is not worth us. The danger is too great, not worth our risk. That being said, it can be said that it is a Logia-type devil fruit after all. Guild Tesoro said it was an auction, but in the end, I'm afraid it wasn't an auction, but a world-shaking battle. Besides, what the underground world said, it can't be believed lightly. This might be a world-shaking conspiracy. Damn it. Blackbeard, who had never been angry before, the calm and composed him, couldn't help but become angry. Fuck. Let them go and get their heads broken and bleed. A Logia devil fruit indeed, and also, possibly a flash fruit. It can train, create, a Navy headquarters general. Even if it's the New World's 4 emperors, if there's one more Marine general subordinate by their side, it will definitely cause the entire pirate crew's strength to skyrocket. No wonder Blackbeard would be so angry. Any pirate crew would get their heads broken and bleed, right? It's a pity that Blackbeard Pirates crew members were almost all seriously injured and didn't dare to risk participating in this Logia devil fruit battle. Originally thought that taking advantage of Whitebeard, fixing the leaky roof, and swallowing up the big Imam pirates' territory and treasure in the end. Not only did they miss out on helping Whitebeard solve all their worries, they also missed out on a really good opportunity to compete for the Logia devil fruit battle. Blackbeard Teach can be said to be not a nice person. Nut Island, at this moment, the entire island was filled with bottomless cracks. The island had long since completely changed. Wow, wow, wow. 10 was buried by Whitebeard on the ground in the mud layer to help Ivor more. Again once crawled out, the top of his head was all mud ruins on the face and nostrils. Were all ruins and mud, struggling a pen, can crawl out a second time, cannot help but admire his vitality, not normal stubborn. And yet he didn't die. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but be surprised, helping Ivor. This old man's life force is also stubborn. Retirement. The saber aimed straight at Ivor. You have many necks. Slash forward. Stop, stop. Help Ivor, you look so long to the shining blade slashing towards. Quickly shout loudly, swinging both hands. No, no, no. Edward Newgate, you and I have no enmity. It's just a misunderstanding. Don't want to kill me, ah. You're disturbing my fight. Edward Newgate put his sword on Ivor's neck. You and I are old opponents. Begging for forgiveness is not your style. I was just passing by. Simply passing by this island. Accidentally disturbed your Charlotte Linlin battle. Helping Ivor you is really full of bitter water. Where is it that I disturbed your fight? You clearly gave me an Annie first. Being pressed down on the ground by a really fat auntie and colliding for more than 1000 m, where do you put your old face for me? Fortunately, Burndy World didn't know that the image of him being pressed to the ground by his aunt was more than 1000 m long and was broadcast live. Thousands of pirates saw that scene. Otherwise, even with his strong nerves, he would have gone mad with anger. Whitebeard lowered his head to look at his face full of dust. A miserable body helped Ivor you a lot. In the past, this majestic and awe-inspiring level of legendary pirate, today's level of decline, really has a bit. Damn, but Whitebeard also did not sympathize with others' idle thoughts. Then you can't just erase the matter of you attacking me like this? Help Ivor you listen to Whitebeard say too much, eyes rolling white. Am I wrong? I attacked you? You were clearly aiming for Jean-E. I'm just protesting. Again, I fired several pistol shots, and you were not even harmed by a single hair on your neck. Those slashes you used to slash me with were all fatal. Consider, me helping you Ivor a lot is a big loss. Ivor's face was full of frustration, his stomach was full of bitterness. He didn't dare to pour it out. He was afraid of upsetting Whitebeard. He swung his knife around. His neck couldn't withstand this level of blade. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Burndy world that sad, forgive me. Let's see in our era divide. Help Ivor you beg for forgiveness. Once again let the live broadcast all over the pirate world become a stir. A legendary level pirate, super strong MO Gwasher ability user. Even the Navy headquarters admiral also had a headache because of it. Great pirate, in front of Whitebeard, actually. Beg for forgiveness. Logically, this kind of legendary level expert is absolutely impossible to beg for forgiveness. Even if he dies, he is unyielding, not afraid of death. The same is true of the legendary Sengoku Marines, who said before his death that dying in battle is an honor and living carelessly is a disgrace. The person he was facing was Whitebeard. Those 3 words are enough. Help Ivor you are much different from Sengoku. He does not need to carry the honor of the Marines on his back. He finally took advantage of the chaos of the war, took advantage of the riots and impelled down, and escaped. Before he could complete the overthrow of the world government, he didn't want to die. Moreover, in front of 620 beards, clearly begging for forgiveness, also not losing face. All right, I can spare you. Whitebeard was resolute as always, saying no to kill is no kill. He put away his sword, lowered his head to help Ivor you more, said a sentence that made the whole world faint. Be my son. Help Ivor you look up to Whitebeard. He feels a whirlwind. The whole world is not good. Say what to ignore. The result wants to be a son. I am a 70 to 80 old pirate. Let people be a son, this matter. Cough. Whitebeard cleared his throat. Feeling a little embarrassed from his slip of the tongue, he just blurted out completely by instinct, then said seriously, become my subordinate. I just need some people to build a ship that can carry my weight. You just let me be the leader. Legendary level great pirate, willing to be the leader. I'm afraid that other than Whitebeard. Watching the entire new world, there is no one like this. This battle caused the whole world to boil over at the 4 Emperor level, completely breaking down. This battle may bring storms. But it is not over yet. A news that made the new world once again become chaotic and uneasy, spread with unparalleled speed. Blackbeard pirates took advantage of Charlotte Linlein's absence to launch a fierce attack on Cake Island, completely eradicating the entire Charlotte family. The 4 generals of the Sweet Snacks pirates brought a small number of bigged pirates and escaped. Such a large country was completely lost and was besieged by the Blackbeard pirates. Teach led the Blackbeard pirate crew, showing extremely terrifying strength, completely conquering all the countries, struggling to swallow the 4 emperors' territory. And the news that almost all of the Blackbeard pirates were seriously injured spread quickly. Those pirates who secretly wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to eat the pirates' flesh and drink their soup also started to act, taking advantage of this opportunity to occupy some of the islands that were not eaten by the Blackbeard pirates. Those islands that originally belonged to the big Mom pirates were completely separated by the major pirate gangs. This is the plan on the top of the warpast. Once again happened the great event of the 4 emperors falling. Yonko Charlotte Linlein completely bids farewell to the pirate world. And Whitebeard also experienced this battle, and for the second time, he returned to the 4 emperors alone. The New World 4 Emperors now turned into Teach leading the Blackbeard Pirates, King of Beasts Kadu leading the Beasts Pirates, Shanks leading the Red Hair Pirates along with Whitebeard himself. Just relying on one person, once again returned to the 4 Emperors, to the top of the new world of the 4 Emperors. I'm afraid that except for Whitebeard, no one can do it. After this battle, those pirates who originally robbed the Whitebeard pirates of the island all changed to be a little more careful. Whitebeard's return, destined to stir up a bloody storm. And those who once annexed the Whitebeard pirates' territory will definitely become Whitebeard's first target. So, after that, for a very long period of time, except for a few arrogant pirate gangs, many pirate gangs, all hurriedly separated from those who had annexed the island. Furthermore, many pirate gangs publicly apologized, returned the island that originally belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, and left behind many treasures as compensation. This is the prestigious Whitebeard. Relying on his own strength, he ascended to the Four Emperors' throne. Relying on his own strength, he made the major pirate gangs retreat in fear. The original New World was already chaotic enough. Because of the fall of the Four Emperors and it became unbearably chaotic for the second time. All kinds of wars continuously broke out. Many islands were sunk. Follow, another shocking news spread. The world's largest entertainment city, known as the Golden City of Gran Tesoro, announced a shocking news. They want to hold a world's #1 swordsmanship convention. From within the swordsmanship, a duel will be held to determine whose swordsmanship is the world's #1 swordsmanship. This time, Gran Tesoro is even more openly admitting the world of swordsmanship is indeed their authority promulgated. And Gran Tesoro sect master Guild Tesoro personally announced that this absolutely authoritative world's #1 swordsmanship convention will issue an invitation to everyone in swordsmanship, regardless of whether he is a pirate or a marine. He will receive the invitation. Moreover, everyone in the world can participate. As the world government recognizes the independent kingdom, it obviously has this absolute strength. Guild Tesoro, this has the world's 20% berries man. Black and white both eat clean, also use money power to freely control the heavenly dragons, can even mobilize the world's government power. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who uses money to control the dark world. His power is all over the world. Is an absolute money emperor. Following, Guild Tesoro announced a news that made the world boil. I will take out a Logia devil fruit as the highest reward. This Logia devil fruit is something I just obtained. And everyone is very familiar with it. Whoever's swordsmanship achieves the title of World's #1 will be able to obtain this Logia devil fruit that everyone is familiar with. Noisy. The whole world was in an uproar. The Logia-type devil fruit is indeed the strongest of the 3 types of devil fruit recognized by the whole world. Moreover, it is still familiar to everyone. How many crazy pirates? Everyone is familiar with the Logia system. Could it be the recently deceased General Kizaru flash fruit? Not necessarily. Maybe on top of the battle to the death ace burning fruit. No matter what kind, they are 100% powerful. Not to mention obtaining this Logia-type devil is truly an accomplishment. Even witnessing this swordplay competition with my own eyes is absolutely something to be proud of. The people who excel in swordplay are all world-level experts. Shiryu, Fuji Tora Isho, Shiki the Golden Lion, Mihawk the Hawk. These are just the obvious, starly true, strong people on the surface. There are also the strong people of the 100 Beasts pirates. And the strong people of the Charlotte family who are currently on the run. There are also many more strong people from all over the world, such as Germa 66. Each one is a world-shaking expert. So many experts are on the invitation list. Countless pirates rushed towards Gran Tesoro. Some were there to participate in the swordsmanship convention. Some were there to witness this unprecedented world's #1 swordsmanship convention with their own eyes. The whole world is boiling. The world's #1 swordsmanship competition. Of course, there's also the Yonko Red Hairshanks and Whitebeard. Will they be participating? The swordsmanship storm that started from the competition between Whitebeard and his aunt, with a few people adding fuel to the fire, developed into a huge wave that shook the entire world, the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. A Logia-type devil fruit that made countless people look forward to it, once again pushing swordsmanship to the top of the world's headlines. New world. Somewhere on the sea surface, a golden pirate ship was shining brightly. This pirate ship was about the size of a large island. It is the world government-recognized independent kingdom, Gran Tesoro. The entire kingdom is golden, whether it is the ground, or the buildings on the ground, or the lake, or the boats on the lake, all are made of gold. It is the number of the man who controls 20% of the world's wealth, Guild Tesoro. In the castle, there was a supernatural golden structure inside. According to your so-called plan, spread the news. Guild Tesoro, a CEO in a suit, sat confidently and leisurely on a large golden chair with his legs crossed. Beside him, there was a strange man wearing a checkered coat, wearing 380-degree sunglasses, a flashy beard, a cube hairstyle, and a golden iron spoon stuck to his face. Everything is according to plan. This time, it's lucky you. Otherwise, just by relying on my devil fruit, there's no way to create such a big commotion. The man with a golden spoon on his face said in a deep voice. His voice was low and magnetic, sounding like a gentle uncle. However, The weapon in his hand, like a bamboo branch, gave him an intense aura that made people not dare to approach. Especially his current low state. It gives people a kind of murderous aura, full of hatred and evil feeling. What a big deal. Joker and I are old friends of many years. Guild Tesoro tapped his fingers. And a golden fountain spewed out from the music hall. There was an invitation letter on the fountain. The fountain seemed to be able to extend its tentacles and deliver the invitation letter to Guild Tesoro's hand. An old friend was murdered. No matter what, I should help take revenge. Retirement. The golden invitation cover was thrown by Guild Tesoro like throwing a dart, flying towards the sunglasses man with a terrible cry. The man in sunglasses took the invitation, on which were written 3 heart-shaking golden letters, Whitebeard. He couldn't help but shiver this time. Whitebeard will definitely come, right? I also can't let Joker sacrifice in vain. With you in hand, the devil is really. Whitebeard will definitely come. Not only will he come, he also wants to stay here. Guild Tesoro is extremely confident, full of artistic demeanor, gentle demeanor. This is the temperament of a noble young master. I not only sent an invitation to the swordsman, I also sent an invitation to the world government. I heard Navy Admiral Sakazuki might personally come to my place as a guest. Hearing, the name Sakazuki. The man with the spoon stuck on his face couldn't help but shiver. Whitebeard, Sakazuki, these 2 names are the 2 top representatives of the pirate world. Even this consistently fearless, calm and composed middle-aged man couldn't help but show a look of fear. I heard you spread the news through the underground world that you want to bid for this devil fruit. The starting price is 10 billion. You really are quite a big shot. That way it can attract more people. Guild Tesoro laughed. He had the kind of confidence that could control the entire world. Auction Hall, the world's #1 swordsmanship convention, truth and falsehood, fake and true, all have one purpose. That is to bring Whitebeard to his death. As for what knows what, it's nothing more than a disguise. This time, it must definitely become the most earth-shattering event in the Grand Line. This one time. I wonder how many pirates will bleed to death. What a terrible plot. A conspiracy born because of Doflamingo's death, aimed at Whitebeard's great event, is about to ignite a wave of endless violence and bloodshed on this piece of ocean in the New World. It's just that the whole world doesn't know. This is a plot aimed at Whitebeard. Everyone is looking forward to the world's #1 swordsman coming. At this moment, the whole world is discussing 2 topics. Who is the world's #1 swordsman? Who is the world's true #1 swordsman? What exactly is that Logia devil fruit that everyone is familiar with? Captain, you will participate in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Plundered the warship, had already cleared the Burndy world, was looking forward to asking. In front of countless people. Competing for the world's #1 swordsmanship, the world's #1 sword technique, this title, just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. Even if it is Burndy World, this kind of previous generation legendary pirate, it is also not without its bloodlust. He hopes Whitebeard can compete for this honorable title. Even I couldn't help but look at Whitebeard with anticipation, waiting for Whitebeard to make a decision. I may not be interested in getting involved in such boring things. Joke. What world's #1 swordsmanship convention? Whitebeard just doesn't feel interested at all. I'm glared. Not interested in participating? This is a major event that the whole world is paying attention to. Such a good thing. How can it be missed? Besides, the world's #1 swordsman, this honor is not to mention. Just that Logia-type devil fruit is also worth it. Bang bang bang. Burndy World spoke more and more excitedly, as if returning to the passionate sea journey of his youth. Is the whole world paying attention? Whitebeard nodded. This was exactly what he needed. With the whole world's attention, he could definitely gain a large amount of sentimental value, however. Making the whole world pay attention to something, not just this, just killing Kadu, it would be difficult to not get the whole world's attention. Speaking of sentiment value, it must be said that in the final stage of this battle, because of helping Ivor and the 3 Supernovas kid, Whitebeard gained a large amount of sentiment value. Approximately 160,000 sentiment values. The distance of 1,000,000 sentiment values is not far. Whitebeard thought to himself. All the sentiment values he had collected were used to restore his body, and now he could completely feel that his body had reached an infinitely close to its ultimate state. In the end, consuming 1,000,000 sentiment values is enough to restore the ultimate state. Only then can a new system template be opened, and only then can the shocking power be retrieved. Coming to the world's #1 swordsmanship convention to talk about the Logia system devil fruit, obviously there can't be any shocking fruit. Except for the thunderclap fruit. There really isn't any Logia-type devil fruit that can move Whitebeard's heart. After all, a person can only obtain one type of devil fruit ability. Even if he were to compete for that Logia-type devil fruit ability, Whitebeard wouldn't eat it so easily. Take back the shocking fruit, kill Blackbeard. This is the right way. As for the rest, Whitebeard was a little interested. After fighting with the 4 Emperor's ant, the Nut Island was destroyed. The Uehara Island residents not only did not complain, but instead expressed their gratitude to Whitebeard because Whitebeard had cut down the 4 Emperor's ant, saving them from the fire and water. Then, under Ein's arrangement, they all lived peacefully on the nearby islands. At the same time, these islands all flew under Whitebeard's banner. Then Whitebeard sat in front of the captured warship and left. Ouch, ouch, ouch! At this moment, a seagull flew over and brought down an envelope. This is for us? Who sent it? Ein walked over, picked up the envelope flying in the air, and opened it. In a flash, a dazzling golden light was released. Ein excitedly held a piece of paper with golden light in both hands, a golden invitation letter. The invitation was made of gold foil, with 3 large, heart-stopping characters on it, Whitebeard. Following was a small line of text explaining the world's #1 swordsmanship school, along with the coordinates of Grantazoro's sea area. Grantazoro invitation. Burndy World's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Captain, we want to not go participate for a moment." Whitebeard was about to say no, when the system's temperature and voice suddenly rang out in his mind, because the host's swordsmanship has improved. The host has opened a new system template, weapon enhancement. If the system obtains a devil fruit, it can use the system to let the host eat the devil fruit with a knife and obtain the devil fruit's ability. Weapon enhancement template. Can the sword obtain the devil's true power? System. In my hand, the blade can obtain the Logia system devil fruit's real ability. Whitebeard asked in his mind. The system directly replied, "Of course you can." In the pirate world itself, there are weapons that have obtained demon fruit abilities, for example, but there has never been a Logia-type demon fruit ability weapon. If that Logia-type devil was really the lightning fruit, after letting the blade get it, it would slash out, and the laser would fly wildly. The sword technique would be unleashed, leading to the sky full of destructive light. Thinking about it, it felt powerful and handsome. This is also a huge increase in Whitebeard's strength. Whitebeard's words changed. All right. That Logia-type devil of the world's #1 swordsmanship grandmaster is indeed. I want to decide. That black moon-shaped Whitebeard had a fierce look. And if ordinary people looked down on it, they would know it would cause shock in their hearts. Ein clapped his hands excitedly. The leader of Burndy World hurriedly said. Then change back to the sea route. Full speed Grantazoro. Captain, we must accelerate. Boom. The speed of the warship in Burndy World under the ability. The speed directly increased by 3 times. Help Ivoru many copies want to increase to 10 times the speed. But thinking of the previous ship control failure leading to hitting the core island image, Help Ivoru many dispel that 10 times acceleration idea, changed to a relatively stable 3 times. This warship, with the remaining warships tripled in speed, quickly headed towards Grantazoro. This battle, the world's #1 swordsmanship convention, has officially drawn its curtains. This earth-shattering conspiracy has officially begun. This time, blood must flow like a river. It is destined to unleash a storm of blood and thunder that will cover the entire world. The surrounding island of the Nut has completely changed. Several main naval warships are docked close to one side. Commander of the fleet above. A smile, sir. Already investigated. Burndy World. Become Whitebeard's subordinate. Follow Whitebeard. They will definitely go to Grantazoro. The righteous Bastille robe-wearing Lieutenant General Fujitora Isho, sitting at the bow of the ship on the deck, reported. Burndy World follows Whitebeard. This is absolutely a naval crisis. A Burndy World has given the general a headache. Whitebeard made the entire Navy headquarters super pirates have headaches. Even the Navy headquarters Admiral Sakazuki had a headache because of it. Especially aimed at Whitebeard holding a Navy conference. The result was almost angered to death by a group of lieutenant generals. It can be seen how powerful Whitebeard's prestige is. Until Whitebeard ended the battle later, Whitebeard had already left, taking the Fujitora Isho as the head of the navy. Only then did he catch up with the Nut Island. 763, Bastille saw that Fujitora Isho was as steady as before, and couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Mr. One smile, with the speed of our warship. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to Whitebeard and the others. Lieutenant General Bastille, don't worry, Whitebeard and Ivor are together. This is not necessarily a bad thing for us Marines. Fujitora Isho calmly sat cross-legged on the deck, his two hands lightly waving his walking stick in front of him. This was his long sword. A magical folk walking stick. The person wearing a righteous robe, purple undershirt, purple scarf Fujitora Isho, kept his eyes closed, his expression steady, his expression calm. Not showing any surprised expression because of the three words Whitebeard, one could guess that his strength was powerful, far surpassing ordinary people, full of confidence. For us, isn't that a bad thing? Bastille could not understand. Don't joke. One helping Ivor you is enough to give them a headache, plus a terrifying Whitebeard on this warship of theirs. All of them together cannot beat those two people. This is still not a bad thing? Could it be a good thing? Could it be that Mr. Laughing wants to capture Whitebeard and Ivor in one net? Bastille's heart trembled. Don't joke. Not knowing Whitebeard's weakness, and then casually dealing with Whitebeard, this kind of thing, is undoubtedly courting death. He may not have the confidence to fight Whitebeard. Although they didn't watch the live broadcast of the battle, they heard the remaining Marines' reports afterwards and knew that Whitebeard was powerful, like the midday sun, even killing the 4 Emperor's ants. Wow, wow, wow. A seagull fell onto the warship above, and a precise letter fell into Fujitora Isho's hand. Mr. A smile, this is? Bastille was shocked. Take a look. Fujitora opened his eyes rolled clearly, a bit like cataracts, but in fact it was a pair of eyes that had self-destructed and gone blind since childhood, unable to see light. He calmly handed the letter to Bastille. The envelope opened. Extremely dazzling golden light bloomed. A piece of golden paper, on which were written 4 large words, Fujitora Isho. The entire Navy fleet couldn't help but shake. Even as Lieutenant General Bastille, he couldn't help but be shocked. He read the small words on the yellow paper. A yellow paper invitation from Gran Tesoro. Mr. A smile, Gran Tesoro invites you to participate in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Hearing this, the Marines' faces couldn't help but become excited. The world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Rumor has it, this is the organization from the Golden Emperor who controls 20% of the world, inviting the world swordsmanship experts to participate in the Super Swordsmanship Convention. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, will also participate. Most importantly, the reward. A Logia-type devil fruit. It could be the former Navy headquarters General Borsellino flash fruit. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. Excited expression. A group of Marines all became excited. A smiling gentleman participated in the competition. They could watch the battle, witness with their own eyes this unprecedented swordsmanship grand event. Bruce. But at this moment, the phone in Fujitora's chest rang. Fujitora answered, and the voice of the Navy Admiral Akainu was also unhappy. Mr. A smile. Will you help Ivor search more? Marshal, regarding this point, this old man already knows. Fujitora closed his eyes, his body clear. The cold sea breeze blew in. He tied his purple scarf. Continued to speak. Help Ivor you and Whitebeard get along, although they are the 10 evil pirates. However, this old man just heard. The residents of the destroyed Nut Island all safely moved to the nearby island to live. The people were not harmed. What do you mean? The small phone's expression immediately dropped. And one could imagine Akainu's expression on the other end of the phone. I sent you to hunt down Burndy World, but in the end, I let him become Edward Newgate's subordinate. This old man feels. This island of hundreds of people, also not damaged. Burndy World escaped. We can continue to chase, as long as the people are safe, capturing pirates for a long time. What's the difference? Fujitora firmly maintained his opinion. He and Akainu were the most different. He pursued righteousness. Akainu followed absolute and complete justice. This caused the two to create a rift for the first time. Fujitora soberly said in a low voice, although this old man's eyes cannot see, he also knows. The people here do not hate Whitebeard. Even after this battle, their faces were covered with smiles. Smiles can be heard. Humph. Are you doubting me? Just help me capture more Ivor, so what if I sacrifice a few people? Akaina coldly snorted. He was really going crazy recently. The dignified Marine Marshal, since Whitebeard's resurrection, he had been all sorts of frustrated. Now even the rookie admiral dared to refute him. This made Akainu feel extremely embarrassed. This old man doesn't want to argue with the Marshal about anything. I just want to let the Marshal know that this old man is wearing this righteous robe for the sake of justice. Fujitora spoke, his voice carrying a deep tone, calm and composed. Akainu was silent for a moment, then said, Burndy World followed Edward. Newgate will definitely go to participate in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention, this time. The world government will send other forces to secretly participate. You go first, then I will send warships to reinforce you guys. This once-in-a-lifetime gathering of the world's #1 swordsmanship masters, with countless powerful pirates, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the world government. Moreover, the Golden Emperor known as Guild Tesoro originally has close ties with the world government. Akaina continued, Mr. One Smile, you must capture Burndy World. The moment you catch him, you are not allowed to return to any naval base. Just then, the Navy soldiers were all shocked. They could clearly feel that the Marshal was angry. Every single Navy soldier couldn't help but feel worried. I will capture all those vicious pirates and bring peace to the world. No matter if he is Burndy World or Edward. Newgate. Looking back at Fujitora, he was still calm and firmly maintained his opinion. After speaking for 0.5 minutes, he collapsed and hung up the phone. Akainu, who was in the Navy headquarters, stomped his feet in anger. Never before has a Marine dared to take the initiative to hang up on this old man's phone. I hope you don't disappoint me. Fujitora on the Bastille warship was shocked. Mr. A Smile, you died and called the Marshal? Fujitora nodded. Bastille worriedly said, this Marshal won't be angry, right? Fujitora had a completely indifferent expression, causing Bastille to sweat coldly. Using his staff to knock on the deck of Fujitora's ship, he opened his mouth and said, adjust the sea route, go to Gran Tesoro. This world's #1 swordsmanship convention, perhaps, there are some people planning something. Not being able to see things is also a blessing. There are really too many filthy and lowly people in this world who cannot bear to look at them, Fujitora Isho. New World, one on the eastern edge of the island. On the vast white snowy East Island, a group of people wearing heavy coats walked on the snow, making creaking sounds, leaving deep footprints on the thick snow. The leader was a tall man. His whole body covered in sturdy clothes, his appearance was not visible. It's time for us to leave this place. Since that battle was lost, we have been in hiding for so long. All the staff's injuries have also completely healed. We should leave this place isolated from the world. Another tall and strong person sighed and said, not hiding, it's hiding. Someone behind him corrected this annoying word. Creak creak. A group of people clenched their fists. The fists made a clear sound. The Whitebeard pirates. When did they get so frustrated like this? Boom. The cloak covering the entire body was pulled off, revealing a face filled with indignation. On his clothes, there was a Whitebeard skull design with 10 black moons, the Whitebeard pirates. This paper made the new pirate world's group of people surprised because of that face. It was the Whitebeard pirates' first squadron captain, Immortal Bird Marco. Marco waved his hand, throwing his coat behind him. The first thing we do when we go to sea is kill Edward Weevil. Then, find the Blackbeard pirates and take revenge. Boom. A group of people all took off the outerwear covering their entire body, waved their hands behind them, and threw away this outerwear that covered people in darkness. Each of them has the same pattern on their body, a white-bearded skull pattern with a dark moon shape. If someone here saw them, they would definitely be shocked, because each of them is enough to make the new world tremble. The Whitebeard pirates captain. Diamond George. Flower Sword Vista. Speed. Gear. Wait a minute. Kill Weevil. Find the Blackbeard pirates and take revenge. A group of people followed Marco, waving their arms and shouting loudly. No one cared about the snow falling on them, because they only have hatred in their hearts. Defeated to the point of fleeing, hiding in the snowy mountains of the East Island, this is the Whitebeard pirates. Humiliation. How can I not hate? If it weren't for the thought of revenge, they would rather go out and fight Blackbeard to the death than fear death. Father. We are the ones who have smeared the Whitebeard pirates. After we set sail, we will return all of this humiliation, even if it means trading our lives. We will never let the Whitebeard pirates be ashamed or humiliated again. Marco, who had always been sober, could not help but have his veins pop out. If it weren't for the Blackbeard pirates' constant entanglement, the 43 pirate crews under the Whitebeard pirates' flag would not have been killed by Edward Weevil, resulting in over 600 deaths. Pirate crew will not be destroyed either. Let's go to the ocean. If we can't take revenge, then give up our lives. Marco took the lead and charged out. His 2 hands turned into pale blue flame wings. The flame wings shook. The snow falling heavily in the sky became retreating. Go to the sea. Under Marco's leadership, a group of bandit captains ran towards this desolate and deserted East Island pier. Great. Joaquim Vista brought 2 non-real ability users, arrived at the dock, then jumped into the sea. Before long, bubbles appeared on the surface of the sea. Gradually the bubbles grew larger and larger, appearing more and more frequently. Gulp gulp. The bigger the bubbles, the more often they appear. Boom. Finally, a pirate ship emerged from the sea. This is a Whitebeard Skull pirate ship design, hanging moon style. When we escape, we take the pirate ship's membrane and dive into the sea to escape to this uninhabited Liaodong Island. Today, we will set sail on the day we set sail, and we won't need to hide anymore. Marco's entire body was burning with pale blue flames, and he shouted loudly, "Break the membrane." "Dad, the membrane is damaged." A group of captains all jumped on the pirate ship. Out to sea. Edward, Weevil, Blackbeard, Teach. Our Whitebeard pirates aren't destroyed yet. The pirate ship rode the wind and waves, rapidly advancing, pulling out a long white wave on the sea surface, its momentum ferocious. A few days later, taking Marco as the leader of the Whitebeard C-370 pirates, the first island they arrived at was an island that was more than half destroyed by war. However, looking at the traces of the architecture on the island, it had been largely restored. All personnel to the island. We are on this island, fighting Edward Weevil and Blackbeard pirates. Marco led a group of captains to Chi Dang Island. As long as they spread the news, Edward Weevil and the Blackbeard pirates would definitely come knocking. Therefore, they just needed to wait on this island to fight. Who fought on this island, leaving behind such a terrible scar? More than half of the entire island was destroyed. Diamond George saw the island stratum later, also could not help but sigh. Said, "Looks like a Navy Admiral level." Joaquim Vista endured the inner shock and said so. Whitebeard pirates, group leader. At this time, several pirates on the island recognized Marco and his group and suddenly shouted, "Quickly notify Boss Horse. The Whitebeard pirates captain is back." At this moment a pirate shouted, "Huh?" Marco was a little stunned. He heard what those pirates said. A group of team leaders couldn't help but wonder, Boss Horse. Dong dong dong. Just then, as if an earthquake, heavy footsteps came, followed by a giant, appearing in everyone's sight. Little Oars Jr.? The entire squad leader simultaneously shouted in surprise. Marco, George, Vista. Little Oars Jr. was so surprised, he quickly ran over. Unexpectedly happy, a group of people all felt extremely surprised. What a coincidence. The team leader turned to the first island of Haydn and encountered Little Oars Jr. "You guys are fine, that's great," Little Oars excitedly said. Thinking of the bloody battle scene on top, he couldn't help but shed tears. But he quickly wiped them away. "I promise, Dad, I won't cry again." Seeing the emotional scene, the group of captains heard the word father and saw Little Oars shed tears, and couldn't help but feel depressed and exhausted, lowering their heads, each feeling sorrowful. They hid in the uninhabited Liaodong Island, isolated from the world, never knowing the news of Whitebeard's father's resurrection, nor knowing that a series of changes had occurred on the ocean. However, in their hearts, Whitebeard's father has always existed, even before his death. As long as Whitebeard's will has never perished, Whitebeard's father still exists. Everyone, don't want to be sad again. Father doesn't want to see us like this either. Marco waved his fist, as if cutting iron. Don't forget the purpose of us going to sea this time. The Whitebeard pirates never need to use sadness to gain the sympathy of the enemy. To make the enemy show mercy. Everyone's heart trembled. Whitebeard pirates. These words are enough to cheer people up. Yes, little Ors, you're on this island, you should know. What happened to this island? Who fought on this island, causing this island to become this devastated appearance before our eyes? Marco asked the most suspicious thing in everyone's mind. This island was filled with deep, bottomless cracks, one after another. The entire small island almost sank. The further one went into this island, the more frightened one became. Even Marco couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. Can create such terrifying battle traces before our eyes. I'm afraid it's not the same strong person. Of course it's Whitebeard father. Being asked about the question of the Rift Island, little Ors Jr.'s face was full of arrogance. He patted his chest and said proudly, Edward. Weevil was killed by Whitebeard father in this land. That battle can be said to be a blood-boiling battle. Father had an overwhelming advantage, completely suppressing Weevil's brutal killing. It was really satisfying. What? Marco and the others stared at little Ors. There was doubt in their eyes. Whitebeard's father killed Weevil in this land. Little Ors didn't know that after his father died, he was so heartbroken that he suffered from delusions. Or was it because he missed his father that he had hallucinations? Retirement. Marco transformed into the immortal fire phoenix, flew to little Ors's shoulder, gently patted little Ors's shoulder, and comforted, we are all as sad as you. Little Ors, our Whitebeard pirates, will not perish. Marco believes that little Ors is too sad, leading to hallucinations, delusions of his father appearing on this devastated island, fighting. Little Ors obviously didn't realize what Marco meant. He nodded. With his father around, the Whitebeard pirates were destined to once again shake the new world. Little Ors said with an excited expression, yes, our Whitebeard pirates will never perish. We are destined to once again soar high in this vast ocean of the new world. Diamond George tapped little Ors on the tip of his toes, and Zhenqing said, willing to burn his life for the Whitebeard pirates. Let Whitebeard's 3 words once again shake the world's vast ocean to advance. Boss Ors. Confirmed news. Just then, several pirates ran over frantically, reporting in a panic, Whitebeard's father has already fled to Gran Tesoro, participating in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. What? Whitebeard father. Going to Gran Tesoro. Joining what? Suddenly, a group of team leaders shook at the same time. Everyone also looked at this pirate who was running towards them in disbelief. The captain's eyes were filled with disbelief. Along with endless doubt, little Ors was stunned. He originally thought that the team leader knew about his father's resurrection, but now looking back, they didn't know at all. Little Ors bowed his head, mouth wide open. You guys really don't know about father's resurrection? Bang! Marco fell from little Ors's shoulder to the ground, flying up a cloud of dust. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and quickly got up. His eyes were filled with fear as he asked, little Ors. You just said. Father, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, father came back to life. Marco's whole body was trembling. His voice couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. He could use the words father, Whitebeard, Edward. Newgate repeatedly called him father and asked little Ors, just to confirm that little Ors was right. Of course. As soon as Whitebeard's father was mentioned, little Ors's expression became arrogant. He is Whitebeard's father. Any miracle happening to him is a possibility. Whitebeard's father has now reached the top of the 4 emperors for the 2nd time. He killed the 4 emperors' great mother Charlotte Linlin. Just ran over a few pirates, also spoke arrogantly. Father is truly resurrected. Marco was stunned. George Diamond was stunned. Joaquim Vista was stunned. Father once went to Punk Hazard Island, single-handedly killed one of the 3 great beasts pirates, Jack the Drought, and the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. Whitebeard's father was once on this island, killing no one as well as Edward. Weevil. He followed and killed the former Marine Corps Marshal, Sengoku. Edward. Weevil, Sengoku. And Iron Fist Garp. 3 people joined forces, but Whitebeard's father killed 2 of them by himself. Only Iron Fist Garp remained. That battle could be said to be a blood-curdling one. Exciting! Whitebeard's father and a few days ago killed the 4 emperors and, using absolute superiority to instantly kill 3 arrogant supernovas. Saw true. Not only that. Father made the whole world boil, causing the whole world to open up a storm of swordsmanship. Whitebeard father, by his own strength, reascended to the 4 emperors' throne. Without saying a word, Marco waited for the team leader's turn, then he shook his head fiercely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Never had tension, never had surprise, never had shock. Never had excitement, appearing on Marco waiting for the captain, let their breathing quicken and become heavy, the heart is pounding and about to jump. Father. Whitebeard is really resurrected. We Whitebeard pirates are destined to never perish. We, quickly go find Father. Together with Father, we will cover this chaotic new world with him. The once strongest pirate crew in the world, Whitebeard. Prepare to return. Marco waited for the captain's turn. Each one was extremely shocked. They couldn't believe it was real at first. Whitebeard's father came back from the dead. This kind of thing is too miraculous. Absolutely miraculous, congratulate on the island pirates one sentence after another, in describing Whitebeard's resurrection and all kinds of events. Then, Marco and the other captains were surprised and excited. The more I decide to go find Whitebeard's father. A few days later, the news of the Whitebeard pirates' captain's departure to sea shocked the world. Whitebeard's few words once again made the whole world boil. Whitebeard only relied on his own strength. Also returned to the Four Emperors' throne. Now the Whitebeard pirates' captain appeared again. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely take on a shocking attitude, once again rise up strongly. Marco waited for the captain's turn, announced to the whole world, officially returned to this part of the new world, will follow Whitebeard's father for the second time. Conquer this part of the new world. This made countless pirates excited news. This piece of ocean is getting more and more exciting. This is absolutely a piece that makes people's blood boil. Countless pirates became wild with joy. 533. The Whitebeard pirates returned once again. This piece of sea is destined to stir up countless storms and winds, countless passionate battles. One after another earth-shattering great battles will soon erupt. Of course there are people rejoicing, and there are also people making moves in the dark. Especially with the underground world and the world government making a big move. News has spread that the world government will send secret forces to target Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. There was also news that the underground world had a king-level figure controlling it, secretly releasing words, wanting to target the Whitebeard pirates. Rumor has it that this person came from a military organization in the North Sea, and through the underground world released vicious words, wanting to target the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates returned once again, agitating the interests of a certain corporation. Being secretly targeted is also a natural thing. New world, a desert island. The entire island is a piece of yellow sand. Rumor has it that a year ago, this place was still a year-round spring island. Do not know why suddenly in the middle turned into a desert island. The sky is full of sandstorms. In the desert, there is no Hatuk Vegeta, but in the desert, in the center of the island, there is a palace. Sand. Kuro, Batch, Dakota. In front of the palace, a New World pirate gang surrounded a man with a big back and a cigar in his mouth. He said coldly, someone in the underworld is paying a large sum of money. Come with us. Going with you guys on a trip? Sand Crocodile vomited a smoke ring, lowered his head to look at the several fierce pirates in front of him. There was not the slightest bit of fear on his face. He confidently smiled. You guys tell me, which person is so interested in me? Why do you want me to go on a trip? Someone suspects that you and Whitebeard have a special relationship. Spend a large sum of money and you come with us. This New World pirate gang, although its reputation is not on the same level as the Four Emperors, but it is also a famous, extremely powerful pirate gang. They specially accepted some commission missions from the underground world. The people who died in their hands were not only pirates, but also Navy Lieutenant Admiral level figures. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Cuckoo ha ha ha. It has something to do with Whitebeard. Sand. Crocodile threw away the cigar head. His right hand waved golden hook. The cape behind him flew without wind. His posture was majestic. He lowered his head to look at the pirates in front. Want me to go on a trip, you guys? Might have to die here. Boom. Suddenly Sand. Crocodile under the desert floor. Each sand treasure shot up high, in a blink of an eye, raised up a sky full of sand and dust, covering the sky. The momentum was terrifying. You really are related to Whitebeard. Even your laughter is similar. Captain, this time we did not come to the wrong place. Logia-type Sasafruit is a real ability user. Others fear Logia-type, but we are not afraid. This pirate captain, the long sword in his hand a sound, swirling on the jet-black hockey-armed. The long sword of finger sand. Crocodile, come up to me. Cannot live to catch, will die. Encroachment of samsara. Only saw sand. Crocodile suddenly pressed a layer of earth with one hand. In this flash, an extremely powerful force rushed out. The layer of earth instantly cracked. Countless sand treasures exploded out, shooting up high, emitting loud rumbling sounds. The scene was extremely shocking. These pirates who were desperately charging forward suddenly had an unguardable crack appear. One by one, they all fell into the crack and were swept up by the sandstorm that was launched high up in the sky. They were devoured, no matter how they cried, begged for mercy, and struggled. In the heartless sandstorm, everything was in vain. In an instant, every single pirate was completely sucked dry and hydrolyzed, turning into dried corpses. Retired. A sharp screech, accompanied by a sword light slashing towards the sand. Crocodile. This pirate captain crossed the rift, forcibly avoided the samsara sand treasure's force, jumped up, used the hovering hockey-armed longsword, and slashed towards the sand. Crocodile. Ding. It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. Suddenly, a figure blocked the sand. Crocodile stood in front of him, blocking this sharp longsword. Paramecia System Quick/Fruit Ability User, Mr. 1 Tashiji. Guaranteed nice. In a flash, the two people fought each other. Saber light and sword shadow, slashing and halberd screaming, sharp screams extremely ear-piercing, snow-bright saber light extremely dazzling, dangerous sword techniques clashing at any moment. Both could lose their lives on the spot sword techniques competition. Poof. Fresh blood gushed out, Mr. 1 Tashiji. Guaranteed nice got a sword piercing his right shoulder. Humph. Mr. 1 Tashiji. Nice coldly snorted, not caring at all about the blood flowing down his body, his expression unchanged, his two legs transformed into a fast slashing blade, coldly swinging the blade. Instantly slashing the enemy. This person who had once killed a Navy Lieutenant Admiral Captain, before he could even show any joy, was immediately blocked and killed by Mr. 1 Tashiji. Guaranteed nice, the hot blood flew out, falling into the water on Mr. 1's face, making people look unusually cold-blooded and heartless. Whoosh whoosh. Mr. 1 Tashiji. Guaranteed nice fell to the ground, head and shoulder fresh blood flowing down, bringing his clothes soaked. He indifferently looked towards the sand. Crocodile, deep voice said, Editor-in-Chief. Already found out the exact news. Whitebeard ceased to worship, is using Burndy World MOMO Fruit Indeed ability. Quickly go to Gran Tesoro. He wants to participate in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. We must go get Whitebeard's head? Cluck cluck ha ha ha. Sand. Crocodile laughed loudly. Not knowing when he lit a cigar again, his eyes filled with anticipation. Whitebeard's head, only I can take it down. Mr. 1 said without hesitation, let's quickly go to Gran Tesoro. The world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Send me an invitation. New World, Golden City, Gran Tesoro. The whole building was like a giant island-shaped golden pirate ship. The whole body was resplendent with golden jade, extremely beautiful, the red and gold glittering. Everywhere was golden. The whole city was golden, extremely precious, even the road under the foot. The roadside fountains, the fountains and neon lights, all simultaneously flashed dazzling golden light. Any time is full of people, extremely bustling golden city. Today is even more bustling. Countless humans, mermen, giants, mink tribe, long-arm tribe, Bigfoot tribe, every race in the world is gathered in this world's #1 golden city. As expected of the world's #1 golden city, a man with a lion's head and a leopard's face, wearing a t-shirt and shorts and a pair of wooden clogs, pulled the reporter. Holding the cover with a face full of excitement, sighing and saying, "This place is really beautiful. No wonder it can organize the world's #1 swordsmanship convention itself. This kind of great duel can definitely write up countless news stories. Especially Whitebeard will also participate. At this time, two beautiful women with loose clothes and revealing their double peaks walked past. Wow! This lion-head leopard face reporter saw the beautiful women, immediately eyes lit up. Face full of beauty stared at the two beautiful women, eyes not moving. What a top-notch beauty, y'all. Suddenly, his body instantly turned into a transparent person. Then tiptoed following the two clothes open generous figure beautiful women walked, until near the two beautiful women, still unknown to gods and ghosts. This person eyes lit up. Immediately reached out, then went to touch the beautiful women. Body. Bang. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, a sharp sword appeared, almost cutting off both hands. Fortunately, this person reacted quickly and avoided the fatal sword strike. Otherwise, the consequence would have been two severed arms. Whitebeard, the Witch of Ice. Seeing the person who drew the sword, the lion head immediately let out a roar and quickly turned into a transparent person, continuously retreating backwards. This person was scared out of his wits. The person came from the famous ice switch under the Whitebeard pirates. No wonder she could enjoy breaking her own transparency. This sound like a hollow appearance suddenly scared the people around to dodge. Humph. Transparent Absalom, you really have not given up yet. You're so courageous. Only saw a purple princess decorated body behind a Whitebeard coat, holding a long sword, aimed at Absalom. Your transparent ability, in front of me, there is nothing else. Unexpectedly, the guy with the head of a lion and the face of a leopard was actually the former 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Mariah, the transparent Absalom. This person, at the peak of the war, was rescued by Doflamingo in the hands of Gecko Mariah. He originally thought that he had some potential, but ended up becoming a freelance writer, and his part-time job was filming secretly. Isn't it just peeping at you under the flag female pirate bathing? Didn't even look at you. As for you, you're so persistent, Absalom said with a face full of frustration. He also knew clearly that his own insight fruit ability could conceal his body, but couldn't conceal his voice and smell in front of a pirate of the ice switch level. He had no chance of winning at all. He could only passively be beaten. Humph. Whitebeard coldly snorted, the sword light trembled, and stabbed straight at Absalom. Poof. The long sword stabbed Absalom in the face, sending a trail of blood flying. Absalom was in pain, but didn't dare to be reckless. He quickly rolled away, followed his ass to pee, and escaped. As soon as there was any movement here, it immediately attracted the attention of many pirates who had come to participate in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Whitebeard pirates under his banner, Ice Witch Whitebeard. I didn't think she would also come to participate in this world's #1 swordsmanship convention. I heard that the Whitebeard pirates captain has already appeared on an island. I wonder if they will come and participate. Whitebeard pirates want to reunite? Many people exclaimed. Someone wondered, I heard Whitebeard will also participate. Why can't I see him? Immediately someone coldly said, Humph. How naive. With Whitebeard's identity, how could he come like us? Want to meet Whitebeard? Wait until the final battle to talk about it. In the city where you have friends. But at this moment, boiling music, accompanied by a greeting, resounded throughout the entire Golden City. The entire Golden City's neon lights suddenly flashed, golden light flowing, like a dream, like an illusion. The tens of thousands of times the entire Golden City amplified the sound of the telephone, transmitting a deep and seductive voice. Thank you to those friends who have come from not far away to participate in this world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Regardless of whether you are a pirate or a marine, from the moment you step into this entertainment kingdom, you will only have one identity. That is Gran Tesoro's distinguished guest. Boom. Following, the Golden River Gate opened up. A pirate ship with 3 skulls hanging on it came over the waves, splashing up countless golden seawater. Welcome the #1 swordsman on the golden list. The legendary level expert from the Blackbeard pirates, Shilyu. As that deep voice rang out again, everyone in the entire Golden City couldn't help but boil. The hand holding the gray mountain blood-red demon blade Shilyu once appeared, immediately brought about a piercing scream like the roar of the sea. Coming from the Blackbeard pirates' super main character, the former impelled down prison warden, a bloodthirsty and easy-to-kill person, all opponents regardless of strength or weakness, will all die at his hands. As soon as the sword is drawn, blood splatters. The red blade is like a demon's blade, and it is unknown how much of the New World's pirate blood is contaminated. I heard that all the Blackbeard pirates are seriously injured. Why? Some people raised doubts. In fact, there were many pirates who became suspicious. Could the rumors be false? The Blackbeard pirate said, "Can you believe it? It's both true and false, making it impossible to guess." For years no, someone said. Actually, what he said was not bad. The Blackbeard pirates always appeared and disappeared. All kinds of news and rumors. Some were true and some were false. Sometimes true and sometimes false. Only because this time the Blackbeard pirates conquered the extremely powerful Yonko Charlotte family, that people would believe that all the Blackbeard pirates personnel were seriously injured. Most of the Blackbeard pirates members were seriously injured. Only Shiryu was not injured. Some people also said that everyone only knew that Shiryu was very strong. But there was never a definition of how strong he was. Some people thought he was on par with the general. Some people thought he was weaker than the general. Some people thought that the general was even more terrifying than him, a bloodthirsty madman who was cold-blooded towards himself and was bloodthirsty to the point of killing. It could be said that a normal madman was more terrifying than a normal person. But at this moment, another strong man is coming. Welcome the second legendary swordsman of the Golden Board level. Coming from the Flying Pirate crew, the pinnacle golden figure of the Pirate King Roger era, Golden Lion Shiki. Following Guild Tesoro's magnetic voice resounding from the Golden City, a supernatural giant pirate ship, with a loud bang, charged into the Golden City Sea. This old man is Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro, hope you can fulfill your promise. If not, this old man doesn't mind taking your entire Golden City away. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Flying into the pirate ship, the golden-haired Golden Lion Shiki, who was domineeringly laughing loudly, spoke with a majestic smile. Noisy. For a moment there was a commotion. Speaking out in front of everyone like that, talking nonsense, not giving this sitting Golden City lord any face. I'm afraid only a character like Shiki the Golden Lion would dare to be so arrogant. Black ha ha ha. We Grand Tesoro are famous all over the world with our honor. Your worries are meaningless. Guild Tesoro was confident and calm, without the slightest bit of anger. This was the power of absolute strength. Boom. At this moment, a large warship jumped in, splashing up huge streams of golden water, coming from the new Navy headquarters Admiral Fujitora Isho. At that moment, all the pirates couldn't help but quiet down. And some pirates even instinctively took several steps back. Navy headquarters General, each one is an extremely terrifying existence, absolutely can instantly kill most of the pirates. Follow. A ship without a pirate flag, jump in. On the deck there was only one long-legged female. She wore a hat, a scarf around her, silver hair, long hair and legs, wearing a pair of gloves. Her feet had distinctive tribal tattoos. She wore a pair of black patterned high boots. On her back hung a spiral-shaped scabbard longsword. From the Charlotte family. One of the 4 generals' desserts, Charlotte. Smoothie. Noisy. No one thought that one of the 4 general stars, who was hiding in the desserts, would appear at this world's #1 swordsmanship convention. White. Charlotte. Smoothie's eyes swept over, looking towards the Blackbeard pirates Shiryu not far away. This was the real enemy. Smoothie's eyes suddenly became deep and cold. No one knew the purpose of her appearance this time. It could be towards the Blackbeard pirates. Or it could be towards Whitebeard. In this situation, still daring to appear is enough to prove its strong confidence in its own strength. Noisy. Follow a small wooden raft. Take a straightforward manner, fly into. At this moment, the entire Golden City was boiling. The world's #1 swordsman, Eagle-Eyed Mihawk. Recognized by the whole world as the strongest swordsman, now Not Song appears, participating in this world's #1 swordsmanship competition. The eagle's eyes swept over many pirates. And in just a moment, many pirates trembled. Anyone who saw the eagle's sharp eyes that were like an eagle's would tremble. This was the Eagle-Eyed Mihawk. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, on the Golden Street, an old man with silver hair coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. Oh my god! Who did I see? The Pirate King's right-hand man, Hades Rayleigh. How could Zero 9 possibly return to participate in this kind of swordplay duel that should belong to young people. This world's #1 swordsmanship convention, how many experts have come to participate? My God, it really makes one's blood boil and heart race. Everyone became extremely excited, even trembling with excitement. Their blood was gradually burning. Whitebeard, will he come? At this time, someone asked a question that everyone was most concerned about. Whitebeard, Edward, Newgate, will you come? One by one. The great pirates who caused a stir on the New World Sea appeared, shocking countless people. Not only did the people sitting in the Golden City see these images under Guild Tesoro's operation, the entire pirate world of the Grand Line, every island had this earth-shattering convention live broadcast images. A giant projection phone camera capturing these images. Each time a great pirate appears, also makes the whole world shocked. Sandy Island, Alabasta, Water 7, Sabaody Archipelago, Marineford, Justice Island, even Impel Down, the Holy Land of Mariewa. All kinds of large islands, all have this one-time world's #1 swordsmanship convention live broadcast. Compared to the previous time Kid 3 People Alliance live broadcast range went wide. Even in the North Sea and West Sea, these pirate islands, which are extremely lively in the high seas, have live broadcasts. Especially the underground world, especially the beast pirates. These giant forces are all watching this world's #1 swordsmanship convention live broadcast. Because one of them could be a Logia-type demonic fruit. Make countless people become attentive. However, every super pirate arrived, every powerful figure appeared, but no one brought the most important figure to this world's #1 swordsmanship convention. 10. Whitebeard appeared. Whitebeard's saber slashed the 4 Emperor's ant, which brought about a storm in swordsmanship, raising swordsmanship to a level that everyone was interested in, even the world of swordsmanship. Was also because of Whitebeard that it flourished. The golden jade is splendid, the luxurious and expensive Hong Kim Ton inside. In a golden suit with the famous artist Guild Tesoro, who was known as the Golden Emperor, he said in a loud voice, "Here we are, friends. Welcome to Grand Tesoro. This is a golden paradise and also your paradise. This is a true golden holy land. This place is extremely bustling. This place is bustling with people. This place welcomes all friends from all over the world, no matter what your status is, no matter what your background is. From beggars to kings, all can come to Grand Tesoro to enjoy themselves to the fullest. However, now, everyone please restrain your ecstasy and let us go witness an absolutely mind-blowing super grand event, the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. This place gathers swordsmanship experts from all over the world, from the New World, from the Grand Line. Whether you are a pirate or a marine, as long as you come to this place, as long as you have a sword in your hand, you can participate in this swordsmanship convention. Guild Tesoro just said this, immediately caused quite a stir, as long as one has a sword in hand. This is the competition rule. Someone exclaimed, completely unable to agree to such a rule, just say, regardless of whether or not one is a swordsman, as long as one carries a sword, one can participate. Then, during the competition, one can also not use swordsmanship. This is still a swordsmanship convention? Humph. Someone also coldly snorted. If it's limited to swords and sabers, then what's there to be proud of? Even if it's a swordsman, one can kill an enemy without using a sword. This is real fighting. Bloodthirsty fighting. How can one be bound by weapons? In the countless mobile phone cameras of Huang Jincheng, many sounds were captured, and they were monitored. Every move of the entire Huang Jincheng people would be monitored. After being selected by the people in Huang Jincheng, important matters would be reported to Guild Tesoro's ears. These voices of protest, Guild Tesoro naturally heard. He maintained a confident smile towards the golden microphone. Low and magnetic voice rang out. The rules of the decisive battle are extremely simple. Swordsmanship experts below the golden list, divided into 4 areas, for arenas, conduct a decisive battle. In the end, each arena decides the strongest person can join the golden list, challenge experts such as Whitebeard and others on the golden list. The golden list's strong men fight each other. And in the end, the world's #1 will emerge victorious. World #1 can obtain in my hands devil fruit. Guild Tesoro took out a small golden treasure chest, gold dazzling. Unusually dazzling, he waved his arm and shouted, "This is a Logia devil fruit. a Logia devil fruit that everyone is familiar with. It will belong to world number 1. Not only that, today, all the strong people standing at the end on the stage can also shout 100 billion berries. Noisy. As Guild Tesoro's final words rang out, in just a moment, the entire Golden City erupted in cheers. Oh my god, 100 billion berries. Even risking your life, it's worth it. Guild Tesoro is indeed the world's highest gold medal artist, instantly mobilizing everyone's atmosphere, the whole arena cheering, splitting 100 billion berries. Step into the ring. Life and death are determined. World number 1. Right before your eyes. Cheers to us. Let us use our blood to burn this world-shaking convention. Boom. As Guild Tesoro's voice fell, the Golden City suddenly changed. A loud rumble rang out. A huge golden board about 10 meters tall appeared in the central city. The golden board was completely made of gold, flashing with expensive golden light. Inside the golden tablet, several dragon and phoenix carvings appeared one after another, and hockey circulated. Whitebeard Edward. Mugate. Juracule's hawk eye. My hawk. King of Hellsilvers. Rayleigh. Shilyu. Above each name are famous and illustrious people, famous figures in the new world. Guild Tesoro golden fruit ability can control all gold, let the gold flow. Change into all kinds of forms at will. 047. This Dao Kim Bang is the result of his transformation with the Kim Kim Kwa Tuk ability. Following, the ground shook, the entire city turned into 4 large areas. Each area appeared a super giant stage. Each stage was several times larger than a football field. After the stage appeared, it gradually rose until it was more than 10 meters high. The place stopped. This is not the Colosseum, but a genuine all-metal-made fighting arena, golden and brilliant, dazzling golden light, displaying extremely expensive. High above the local stage, there is a projection phone camera. People watching the battle can watch the battle through the projection, or can watch the battle through the building. Being able to step onto the stage is enough to be proud of. Someone sighed and said, such a dazzling martial arts stage. Only with absolute strength can one step up. Now, let's get on the field. Following Guild Tesoro's voice, resounding throughout the city, neon lights shot straight to the arena. 100 billion berries. As long as you stand at the end, you will have a share. The world's number 1 swordsmanship convention has officially begun. Golden City. The world's number 1 swordsmanship convention, named after the 4 golden martial arts stages from the east, south, west, and north, is now erupting in an astonishing battle. Sword light was flying everywhere. Each slash was deafening everywhere. Amidst the screaming, there was blood flying. Among them, the golden martial arts arena on the ground had West engraved on it. A young bald man, holding a azure bamboo sword in his hand, single-handedly killed many pirates. All of you, join forces and kill him. Suddenly, the leader of the group was struck, and the Qingju swordsman displayed his fierce swordsmanship, enough to intimidate the vast majority of people. In an instant, a group of pirates worked together, surrounding the Qingju sword-wielding swordsman from all directions. The person who gives up is suddenly in danger. Being able to go up to the stage to fight pirate groups is not simple. Each person must have outstanding strength and be confident in themselves before daring to compete for 100 billion berries. Kill, kill, kill. A group of pirates shouted loudly, wielding long swords and giant knives, and slashing towards the swordsman holding the azure bamboo sword. The light of the sword is cold and heartless. 1 blade flow. 3 birds. The bald-head Qingju sword young swordsman gave a low shout. The Qingju sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. A green slash appeared, followed by a 3-winged green evil bird that just jumped out. The 3 wings were like 3 extremely sharp rays, able to pierce through all blades. Following the evil bird's leap, slashed to death a group of pirates besieging and attacking. Puffy, puffy, puffy. In the blink of an eye, each and every sword that was slashing towards them was cut off by the blue flying bird flapping its wings. Following that, the blue 3-winged evil bird shook its wings as coldly as a blade wind, slashing towards each and every pirate. In an instant, fresh blood flowed down, heads rolled down, and corpses were shattered. Not a single one was intact. The people watching the battle couldn't help but gasp. Swordsman, Chiba Chudu. Someone recognized him. It was the young man who watched the live broadcast of the battle between Whitebeard and his aunt, who was called a genius swordsman. I didn't think that after not seeing him for half a month, he would become bald again. Not only that, the strength is also increasing rapidly. Obviously, watching the battle between Whitebeard and the Four Emperors' aunt, he had some enlightenment and understood new sword techniques. I heard he is the one-sword flow sword master. Recently he came up with a move, one-sword flow. Three-winged bird. Holding a green bamboo sword in his hand, he slashed him to death, participating in this world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Some people poured out fiercely, followed by more people who were in a frenzy of admiration. Another one engraved with East, representing the East Sea Golden Grand Stage. Holding an ordinary to the point of being unable to be ordinary long sword Mr. One Tashiji, guaranteed nice, is fighting with a long sword-wielding pirate. Crack! This pirate's swordsmanship was fierce, and he suddenly slashed out with his saber. The extremely fierce slash directly severed Mr. One Tashiji's long sword in his hand. Hehe. You're dead. This handsome, muscular pirate with domineering swordsmanship saw Mr. One's sword being cut off, immediately revealed a cruel smile, certain of victory, cut. Fiercely slashed out a knife. The air swirled like a giant snake in the sky. Humph. Mr. One Tashiji, nice coldly snorted, raised his two arms and suddenly swung, flying straight towards the enemy and slashing fiercely. Hands don't want to take my knife. Find. The handsome figure with a fierce face pirate, looking for death. The word death has not yet come out of his mouth. The smile on his face stiffened. He lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see Mr. One's two hands turned into a slashing saber, cutting the person in front from top to bottom. Poof. Following. Fresh blood gushed out like a storm. This ferocious-looking pirate's body was cut into two pieces. With a thud, it fell onto the golden ground. Een Hong's blood flowed down onto the cold golden ground. Watching the battle, many pirates saw such a scene and couldn't help but show looks of fear. Paramecia-type quick-slash-fruit. What a cold and ruthless assassin. Many people could not help but gasp. Another golden ground with the words North engraved on it was on the arena. Hit, hit, hit. A man holding a conical longsword, wearing special armor, armed with swordsman, wearing headphones on his head, and shoes that sprayed special gas on his feet. He was as light as usual in the crowd, dealing with each person who wanted to assassinate someone else. Every step he took, like a marine with the 6 forms Jeppu. He continuously jumped up and down in the air, yet as light as usual, completely without the need to expend physical energy like Jeppu. The long sword in his hand, every time he brought it out, fresh blood would fly. Every strike would hit a vital point, then end life. Following his trajectory, a corpse fell onto the golden ground, blood like a lake reflecting the air he was leaping in. This is coming from the North Sea War Science and Technology. Oh my god. This is the Devil's Hand, Germa 66, a strong person. Quite a few people recognized this strong person from the North Sea, and for a moment, every pirate was speechless. Li Tian. Suddenly someone saw in the crowd a tall man, walking like a machine, wearing a big bear hat. King of the 7 warlords of the sea, tyrant, Bartholomew. Kuma. Many people became exclaiming. Secretly. Some people could not help but tremble, because they knew Bartholomew. Kuma was not only a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, but also a direct subordinate of the world government. His appearance meant that the world government was directly involved. Following again, there are people in the crowd see the character that makes people scared out of their wits. The world's #1 swordsmanship convention. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. A tall and thin man, carrying a bag on his back, wearing a green and black eye mask. Followed by a penguin with a runny nose, he was walking towards a certain direction according to the pattern. The pirate group saw this person and immediately cried out in alarm. Oh my god. In front of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akiji. How did he appear here? I heard. He joined the Blackbeard pirates. I don't know if it's true or not. This world's #1 swordsmanship convention, something big might happen. When Guild Tesoro first took out a Logia devil fruit, it caused countless pirates' blood to boil, causing countless pirates to rely on a burst of enthusiasm, risking their lives to charge forward, following Guild Tesoro's announcement of the 100 billion berries competition plan. causing countless hesitant pirates to become tempted, joining this once world's #1 swordsmanship guild. Maybe until now. Outside the pirate group, faintly, smelled a terrifying aura. A conspiracy covering the entire Golden City, making people tremble in shock, making people unable to sleep or eat in peace. A Logia element really can't attract so many big shots like this 370 stars to fight over it. Especially a powerless and reclusive expert like King of Hell Rayleigh. It's impossible for him to be attracted by a single devil fruit. Even more impossible for 100 billion berries to come. What the hell is it, attracting one expert after another? At this moment, the rational pirate group all discovered the key problem. The Golden Emperor spent a large sum of money to cheat in the underground world. In short, all of this is just one person. Someone secretly reminded him, but stopped there, not daring to reveal more secrets. These things were related to the dark secrets of the underground world. Not daring to reveal too much. Spend a large amount of money just for one person? Many pirates were panicking. What kind of huge price was it that could attract a strong person like Aokiji and Hades Rayleigh to come? Who is it for in the end? Why is the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, who controls 20% of the world's wealth, lying in such murky water? Heaven-shaking news. This is absolutely heaven-shaking news. Absalom transformed into a transparent person. His hands were shaking with excitement, quickly writing the next topic that the press was interested in. He transformed into a freelance writer after that, still wanted to collect heaven-shaking news, but still couldn't get his wish. This time can participate in the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Very fortunate to hear one after another heaven-shaking news. Want to get rich. Want to get rich. With this one-time world's #1 swordsmanship convention draft news, I can definitely step up to SSJ, one-line celebrity reporter. Absalom imagined himself becoming a celebrity photojournalist, surrounded by countless beauties. Countless berries were casually thrown by him towards the beauties. A group of beauties surrounded him and screamed. The waves were fierce, nosebleeds were flowing, prosperous awe. For golden in the stage, golden on the ground, carved south words on the stage. A group of pirates appeared again, besieging a person in a terrifying situation. Room. Facing a group of powerful pirates surrounding and killing Trafalgar Law. Wearing a mushroom cap and dressed in black, did not move at all. He was calm and composed, his demeanor calm, holding the dissecting knife, crying ghost, in one hand and calmly slashing it. At the same time, his other hand released a half-sphere dissecting space. The crying ghost suddenly let go of the knife light. Next up in a blink of an eye. Many pirates who surrounded him and wanted to kill him were all cut into 2 pieces, head in one place, body in another. The only strange thing is, these pirates with their lower bodies separated did not bleed even a bit. Room. Slaughterhouse. A body suddenly appeared on the other side of Trafalgar. Law coldly spat out a few words. Chow tu, followed by a strange scene appeared. These pirates were cut into 2 pieces. All of them continuously fell to other people's lower body. Not only that, at Trafalgar Law's original residence, out of nowhere appeared dancing living hearts, bang 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 falling to the ground. Golden ground, with each main piece dancing lively heart. Extremely terrifying scene. Such a strange scene made these pirates scream in terror. Noisy. Many pirates watching the battle from the outside, seeing such a scene, couldn't help but cover their chests and take a breath of cold air. The 7 warlords of the sea, death surgical medicine, Trafalgar Law. Those hearts on the ground were jumping up and down, causing everyone to be shocked. Someone exclaimed, I heard that at that time. Trafalgar Law took the hearts of 100 living pirates and obtained the position of king of the 7 warlords of the sea. These monsters. How come they all flooded into the Golden City to participate in this world's #1 swordsmanship convention? Could it be that they all came for the title of world's #1 swordsman? Someone exclaimed in doubt. Many people expressed their confusion towards this. Maybe it's someone coming. Someone said in a low voice. This person was covered in a set of black clothes, wearing a black fedora, holding a steel pipe in his hand. He opened his mouth. His voice wasn't considered mature, but it gave people a feeling of knowing many secrets that they didn't want others to know. Maybe they are. Whitebeard coming. Whitebeard. Everyone heard this name. Couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts. That's right, Whitebeard. Why hasn't he appeared yet? The 4 major battle areas are about to end. Whitebeard here. Whitebeard, this one name. Second time brought each battle _ watch closely. There were many people present who actually saw Whitebeard fight with their own eyes. Especially after Whitebeard killed the 4 emperors and his swordsmanship increased to the point where everyone became moved. Whitebeard's influence on swordsmanship increased, even overwhelming the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye. Exactly. Until now, Whitebeard still hasn't appeared. People around the world watching the live broadcast of the pirate group were also surprised. Where the hell is Whitebeard? Why hasn't Whitebeard appeared yet? Sitting upright on a certain golden chair on the Shilyu, the black pilot's helmet next to his face revealed a bloodthirsty, excited expression. Whitebeard, let me first kill your spirit. Since your resurrection, Captain has really lost face. Whitebeard, he still hasn't come. Carrying a huge travel bag on his back, Akiji muttered to himself, the penguin beside him. Cold snot all fell to the ground. This is really strange. Whitebeard, don't you dare come here without fear? Sitting domineeringly on a large golden chair, his arms wrapped around his body, his long golden hair hanging down, the famous swords Kagurashi and Aotu under his thighs alternately clashing, clanging loudly, the fierce blades making people's backs shiver. Don't be ridiculous, Whitebeard. He's not that kind of person. Fujitora Isho, wearing a purple robe, purple scarf, and closed eyes, spoke very seriously. The walking stick he was sitting cross-legged on his thighs lightly waved, his firm sausage-like lips moved slightly, spitting out a few words. This old man has never thought Whitebeard would be afraid of anything. The 4 golden platforms, the first to achieve total victory, is the one from Germa 66 Science and Technology. He used a large drill-shaped sword to pierce through the platform, everyone's body, cold and heartless, leaving no one alive, strong beyond normal, strong enough to make people afraid. Congratulations to the mysterious powerhouse from the North Sea. First place to achieve a complete victory. All the participants on stage, all, kill. Guild Tesoro shouted loudly. The atmosphere at the scene was pulled by him to surge with excitement. Countless people watching the battle became enthusiastic and shouted loudly. The honor of becoming the world's first Golden List swordsman. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to freely challenge other Golden List powerhouses. Who are you challenging? Guild Tesoro's golden microphone buzzed loudly from his vibrations. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Everyone's eyes simultaneously looked towards this winner, the mysterious expert from Germa 66. The expert armed with high technology all over his body. Everyone is waiting for his choice. No matter who you challenge, it will be a heart-shattering battle. My purpose in coming here is Whitebeard. This person was wearing headphones, unable to see the pirate's facial expression. He shouted loudly, Whitebeard, come out, fight me. Whitebeard, come out and fight me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each echo echoed back, echoing throughout the city. Especially the 3 words Whitebeard makes people even more shocked. Whitebeard. Okay. He wants to challenge Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro said with great excitement. He waved his arm and shouted, his expression exaggerated. There is a group of friends here. The strong man in front of us is challenging Whitebeard. Like this. Whitebeard, it's not even the end yet. Noisy. Guild Tesoro's humorous side made many pirates surprised. But Whitebeard was the focus of all eyes. Why has Whitebeard never appeared? More and more people, out of curiosity, are wondering, where exactly did Whitebeard go? Is it really like what Kim Soo-tu said? So scared that he doesn't dare to come? Don't joke. Whitebeard. How could he be afraid? This high-tech warrior from the North Sea used absolute crushing superiority, single-handedly killed all opponents on the spot, leaving no survivors. His extremely fierce blades stabbed into the heart of each opponent. Taking away the life of each opponent, he achieved an instant victory. He had enough arrogant capital. Fresh Flower Bridge. I only saw him standing on the high platform, proudly, raising his head, loudly saying, Whitebeard hasn't arrived yet. Still doesn't dare to come. Quiet. The entire pirate arena became quiet. Only hearing the loud voice of this Germa 66 expert dare to say such arrogant words, not having absolute strength, self-confidence, is crazy. Dare to disrespect Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you dare come out here and fight me. Whitebeard, come out and fight me to the death. This science and technology warrior became even more arrogant, ranting and raving, shouting at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, don't you know you're scared by this corpse all over the ground? Boom. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and domineering aura crazily rolled and crushed over. Only saw the giant and strong, like a god and demon body of Whitebeard, his foot stepping on a super huge object-like bullet with incomparable speed, flying in. Behind his back, a white cloak fluttering, Whitebeard stepped on the bullet flying over, extremely domineering. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boom, boom, boom. Impartial. Whitebeard's bullets, accurately and rapidly fired towards the North Sea science and technology warriors. A loud, earth-shattering explosion rang out, instantly shaking the entire Golden City. Thick smoke instantly shot up into the air. This fierce explosion, the destructive force caused the entire Golden City to shake. Cough, cough, cough. The just now majestic high-tech warrior now coughed and crawled out from the thick smoke. Whitebeard, you dare to confront me? Crack! From the death bullet jumped down, steadily landing on the golden platform on the high platform of Whitebeard, bowed his head, and stepped on the high-tech warrior's face. In just a flash, a series of crisp sounds of bones shattering, resounding throughout the entire Golden City. Whitebeard, you dare fight me head-on? This high-tech swordsman was knocked out of his face and was struggling on the golden ground, screaming loudly, very unconvinced. On his head, the sturdy iron helmet protected him, otherwise with Whitebeard's strength, one kick down would definitely crush his skull on the spot. Face to face. Whitebeard slightly lifted his foot. The high-tech swordsman on the ground thought that Whitebeard wanted to let him go, just as he was about to stand up. Whitebeard suddenly kicked him. Boom. A loud explosion, following Whitebeard's fall, resounded violently throughout the entire Golden City. The 257, high-tech swordsman's head-mounted hard helmet was completely trampled by Whitebeard with one kick. Each piece of broken object followed Whitebeard's kick and quickly flew out in all directions. The fresh blood was like an ice flower exploding under Whitebeard's feet. Exploding into a fresh flower. The golden ground, shattered skulls, flew around. White brain sauce, dark red blood, golden arena ground, forming a kind of brain-exploding color that excited people to the point of excitement, and their blood was instantly burned. In just a moment, the piercing screams and cheers, like burning gasoline, exploded, fiercely burning the entire Golden City. Whitebeard! Whitebeard! So cool! How dare you speak up and defame Whitebeard? Each loud shout, like a heat wave, one wave after another, rolled in the Golden City. Father could not be humiliated. Seeing such a scene of Ice Witch from afar, her fists clenched even tighter. Her body tensed up because of excitement. Whitebeard pirates, how could science and technology be tarnished? Just now he was still majestic and arrogant, not sparing his words. Randomly shouting at Whitebeard, even more arrogant and incomparable. The next second he was kicked towards Whitebeard. One kick crushed his head. Such a heart-shaking scene. For a moment made everyone unable to help but be shocked. So bloody, so violent, so fiery. Right at the manuscript blocking Absalom, stepped on a pair of leopard eyes. The whole person was shocked to the point of being stunned. He muttered to himself, Master did the most correct thing in this life, is to not go challenge Whitebeard. How violent is he? This kind of domineering way of entering the arena, this is the first time I've seen it. Akiji held up his eyes. He was originally lethargic and sleepy, now his spirit was shining. He stared at Whitebeard without blinking, go up and fly over. As soon as he entered the arena, he directly gave everyone present a terrifying dismount. One kick trampled the number one person of the Golden Arena. Coming from Germa 66 high-tech swordsman, able to sweep a martial arts arena, naturally strong strength, this point is beyond doubt. Even if one has a formidable strength, in front of Whitebeard, still insignificant, was mercilessly stomped on by Whitebeard with one kick. Underworld, a gray trading big shot character. Seeing such a scene, couldn't help but be shocked. Whitebeard, is this wanting to declare war with Germa 66? Germa 66 has always been very close to the 4th Emperor's aunt. After Whitebeard was resurrected, the first major event was to cut down the 4th Emperor's aunt with his sword. This is already a result of grudges. Some people also said, perhaps this time, the so-called world's #1 swordsmanship convention. Someone wants to intentionally bring about a new world tsunami. Inside Hong Kim Ton. The whole person covered in black clothes. Holding a water pipe weapon in hand, Sabo saw such a scene. The black nightgown had lowered his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Ace's father, Whitebeard, would actually have such a violent and bloody side. Shilyu, who was holding the Grey Mountain Bloodblade Demon Saber, saw this scene and couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. His face carried a sinister smile. Whitebeard. How majestic. Even Guild Tesoro, who had been standing on the high platform confidently explaining this world's #1 swordsmanship convention, both in front of the stage and behind the scenes, couldn't help but frown in surprise, secretly saying in his heart, Whitebeard. Compared to the rumors, he's even more brutal and decisive. The Yonko Whitebeard that everyone has been waiting for. Just by relying on his own strength, he ascended to the Yonko position for the second time, Edward Newgate, as everyone wished, present. Guild Tesoro is indeed a top-notch artist. In the blink of an eye, he has regained his former confidence and composure. He held the clock in one hand, waved his arm with the other and shouted loudly. His voice was clear and loud, continuously mobilizing the enthusiasm of the audience, causing the atmosphere at the scene to continuously warm up. So, now 5.6 officially opens, the world's #1 swordsmanship. The Golden List's top experts will compete. First, there are only 3 newcomers left. You can freely choose to challenge any Golden List expert. I will fight Whitebeard. Suddenly, a voice carrying an evil aura interrupted Guild Tesoro's words. I will take off Whitebeard's head. Everyone's eyes followed the sound. Only saw wearing pilot hat, a prison warden dressed as Shilyu, standing up. Must fight Whitebeard? Guild Tesoro was stunned. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Golden List powerhouse Shilyu proactively fought Whitebeard. In that case, we don't need to be so strict with the rules. We have the Blackbeard Pirates, Shilyu. The ultimate expensive golden platform. Get on it. As Guild Tesoro raised his hands, the original 4 golden arenas suddenly shook, and with a loud bang, the 4 great arenas merged into one. A super-giant golden arena instantly formed. This spacious martial arts arena is surrounded by a golden river on all 4 sides, and golden fountains spurt out from within the river. Expensive bright neon lights, chaotic shooting on the stage. The golden light of the arena is dazzling, the atmosphere is majestic, the golden jade is resplendent, the golden light flows. Extremely dazzling, shocking the hearts of the people in the arena. If you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish, but it is not impossible. Whitebeard stomped his foot. Suddenly rising from the ground, his huge and muscular body suddenly jumped. With unimaginable force, he stepped onto the golden stage, bowed his head to observe Shilyu below. Blackbeard Pirates. If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind killing you all. Whitebeard, you are really domineering. Retirement. Shilyu's eyes flashed with a demonic light under the brim of his hat, like a blood light. If someone with a weak mind saw it, he was afraid it would leave behind a nightmare of fear. How many people did he kill, and how much blood did he spill to have such evil eyes? Shilyu jumped into the high platform. Painting. The Grey Mountain Blood Blade was pulled out by Shilyu. Crimson like a demon blade, emitting a terrifying blood light, the bright golden arena also dimmed because of it. Numb. Seeing this demon's sword coming out of its sheath, many pirates couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Rumor has it that anyone who has seen the Grey Mountain blood-red blade in Shilyu's hand come out of its sheath has died under the demon blade. Once the demon blade is drawn, blood will be shed on the spot. Someone shouted like that, who knows how many pirates became shocked in their hearts. This kind of demonic blade is definitely not something that an ordinary person can control. No wonder Shilyu has a ruthless nature. Back then, when he was Impel Down's warden, he brutally murdered prisoners, which led to his dismissal as warden. He was even imprisoned in Impel Down once. Listen, since the Blackbeard pirates entered the New World, died at Shilyu's hands, died under the demon's blade, countless. I heard that wherever Shilyu passes, a fierce wind will rise, leaving behind blood rain all over the ground. Many pirates were scared out of their wits because of that. Some people say Shilyu's strength is not as good as the general's, even though his destructive power is more terrifying than the general's, especially that demon sword, makes people tremble. Spacious not higher than gold on the platform. Shilyu in his hand, the gray mountain blood blade had not yet completely left its sheath, only a short distance out of its sheath, letting the gold dimly fade. One could see how terrifying the blood light of the demon blade was. I kill people, never looking at the person opposite, is there or not, an old, weak, sick person. Oh! Shilyu moved. His whole body as fast as a demonic wind, the air swirled freely, the air emitted waves of choking sounds, in the air remained his black figure and a bloody smell. The black demon in the wind. Suddenly a red light flashed, Shilyu in his hand, the demon's sword, completely out of its sheath, a sword slashed towards Whitebeard. Painting. The terrifying sound of slashing was extremely deafening. Only saw Whitebeard in hand suddenly raise the saber. The tip of the saber directly fell on Shilyu gray mountain blood blade advancing. As the blades crossed, streaks of red energy swirled like wild snakes dancing wildly. Between the two blades, a choking sound like a ghost's cry was emitted. Blackbeard sent you to kill me? Whitebeard lowered his head, looked at Shilyu, and suddenly jumped up with his right hand holding the knife. A domineering force suddenly swept the knife back towards Shilyu. The blade shook, causing the air to vibrate. Boom! A terrifying force was transmitted from the blade into the gray mountain blood blade. Shilyu was suddenly pushed back. His entire body traced a trajectory on the golden ground and turned back more than 10 meters away. The demon blade in the air drew a red arc. Shilyu neutralized the shock. And suddenly the demon blade shook, and in an instant, the sky was filled with sword light like blood rain. At the moment when the blood rain 650 formed, the howling wind. The choking sound in the air did not stop. The rich taste of blood spread out, making many pirates watching the battle from afar could not help but stiffen. Even a little bit of strength compared to the pirates, the more is the feeling of two legs like weak, inner fear that brings the body to tremble. This is contaminated with who knows how much fresh blood to create a bloody storm. Following Shilyu's slash, streaks of sword light like blood rain simultaneously shot towards Whitebeard. Die! Covering the sky with blood rain, Shilyu himself stabbed out with his sword, cutting straight at Whitebeard. Amidst the blood-filled sky, Whitebeard suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Everyone only saw a flash of blood light, followed by 2 streaks of blood flying. After a moment, the blood rain dissipated. Whitebeard held the saber in his hand. The tip of the saber pierced through Shilyu's left shoulder, leaving Shilyu hanging on the saber's tip. Fresh blood flew from his forehead, and even flowed along the saber, endlessly. Whitebeard was injured like that. This is for the thrill. The sword light and shadow flashed in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard's sword pierced through Shilyu's shoulder. The next person also stabbed the tip of his sword into Whitebeard's skin. Although only half of the blood was stabbed, it flowed back towards the gray mountain blood blade like it was still alive. Even though his shoulder was pierced, Shilyu's face was still cold as before, as if the person who was pierced was not him, and this body was not as stable as his blood kill. The demon blade seemed to disintegrate into countless volcanic ashes. Pieces of volcanic ash flew down, just like a volcano erupted before the sky filled with volcanic ash covering the sky. A terrifying scene was formed in an instant. These pieces of ashes containing terrifying destructive power flew towards Whitebeard. Get out of here. Whitebeard suddenly swung his blade. The blade carried Shilyu through the air screaming, the blood flying like red silk splashed in the air. Then, Whitebeard raised his saber high. His stance was extremely domineering. Like an executioner on a slashing saber, he shouted loudly and suddenly slashed out. Below is the golden ground. As if so cut down. Even if the body is strong, it can't be carried. Huh. Shilyu coldly snorted. He suddenly gave up on the attack. His palm struck through his shoulder with a saber. His body used the force to quickly retreat, sucking out the saber. His body even flew out. Boom. The saber slashed down on the golden layer, emitting a heavy sound. Crack. The golden layer was torn open. The sky was filled with gray dust. Still flying towards Whitebeard. Every piece of ash contains terrifying high temperature. The air around these ash is distorted by the high temperature burning. The air is evaporating. Whitebeard didn't even look at this. He pulled out his sword, strode like a meteor, and suddenly slashed towards Shilyu, who had fallen out. The slashes were like a long line. Extending a long trajectory, the loud rumble echoed, rapidly slashing towards Shilyu. Mister. Just as the terrifying volcanic dust fell on Whitebeard's body, Whitebeard's body suddenly hovered around a layer of powerful hockey, his entire body rising and falling like a giant black god demon statue. Puffy puff puff. The ashes fell on Whitebeard's body, emitting hot burning sounds. Wisps of green smoke emerged and finally, on Whitebeard's body, left behind a few brown specks. Boom. Whitebeard's body trembled. Brown spots all fell off. Hockey armament retreated. Whitebeard's body was normal. Those ashes also did not cause any deeper damage to Whitebeard. This scene made everyone watching the battle unable to help but become admiring. Whitebeard's armament hockey has reached a terrifying level of strength. At the same time, Whitebeard's hockey armament was also full of admiration for Whitebeard's powerful physical body. If it were someone else, facing such terrifying high-temperature volcanic ash sword energy, their bodies would definitely be pierced with terrifying wounds, severely injured on the spot. Powerful armament hockey plus strong physical body, allowing Whitebeard to resist enemy attacks. Retirement. Looking back, Whitebeard didn't care about his own safety. He slashed out with a domineering slash, precisely chopping down Shilyu, who was flying backwards. Boom. Shilyu fell into the golden layer of earth, smashing the earth into a human-shaped pit. Observation hockey. Shilyu crawled up from the blood pit and said coldly. His pilot's helmet had long since disappeared. His entire body was covered in Shilyu's blood, but his face did not show any sign of pain, as if he was fearless at all. He is not only ruthless towards his enemies, but also cold-blooded towards himself. Even if he is killed, he will not hesitate to strike down with his sword, not afraid of all pain. This makes Shilyu in the confrontation occupy a supernatural advantage. Just now Whitebeard slashed. It's not that Shilyu didn't dodge, but Whitebeard used his observation hockey to know in advance where Shilyu dodged, unless his observation hockey was stronger than Whitebeard's. Otherwise, there was no way to dodge. Being able to hurt me is already worthy of your pride. Whitebeard's voice rang out in a flash. The blade's power already carried an incomparable force, slashing to death. The momentum on the blade, swirling with powerful hockey armament. Wherever it passed, the vortex of air roared, as if it was growing a dragon dance, like thunder booming. With the indestructible momentum, it powerfully slashed out. Hit hit hit. Shilyu kicked Jeppo in the air, without any intention of dodging. Dad. He charged straight at Whitebeard and slashed with his sword. The gray mountain blood blade left behind a series of blood-colored sword shadows in the air, and the blood-colored sword shadows quickly charged towards Whitebeard. Because Shilyu knows, under Whitebeard's hockey observation, it is basically impossible to escape. The only way to resolve it is to kill. Poof. Bloodstorm. The second sword strike pierced Shilyu's body. Just what made people's eyes tremble was Shilyu took the initiative to hit the knife first, and the second time he was pierced through the same shoulder. What a truly vicious person to himself. Bring everyone astir. Letting you hurt me once, even if you die, is enough to be proud of. Do you still want to hurt me a second time? Don't joke around. Whitebeard's domineering voice resounded throughout the entire Golden City. His shocking words caused many pirates to cheer. It sounds slow, but it happens very fast. Shilyu ignored his own injuries and swung his sword. The gray mountain blood blade carried a piece of blood-colored sword shadow and fell in front of Whitebeard. Crackle! Only to see Whitebeard suddenly extend another hand, 5 fingers spread out, pitch black as abyss hockey armed, rapidly hovering on Whitebeard's palm. In a flash, the palm shot out, fiercely grabbing the assassin's gray mountain blood blade. Just a moment. Then the blood-colored sword shadow disappeared, leaving only a demon sword, tightly grasped by Whitebeard in the palm of his hand. Empty-handed. Directly catch blood shadow's heavy demon blade. Looking at this world, except for Whitebeard, who would dare to do such a thing? Numb. In the Golden City, a piece of cold gasp in the ear continuously. Such a passionate image is to make people's hearts tremble. Many people can't help but admire. Whitebeard is probably the most muscular strongman in the world. Thinking back to what Whitebeard said before, letting you hurt once is enough to make you proud. How can I let you hurt a second time? For a moment, everyone felt extremely haughty, as expected of Whitebeard. Afraid that if others say such words, they will be ridiculed, but Whitebeard is different, because He is Whitebeard. All of this sounds like a long story, but it actually happened in an extremely short period of time. Whitebeard used one hand to stab Shilyu with his sword, and the other hand was like a dragon's claw, capturing the person and then assassinating him with the Grey Mountain Blood Blade. Suddenly, both hands down and pressed down. This pressed down one below, the blade, the demon blade. Carrying the rain, Bei, Shilyu, simultaneously smashed down towards the golden martial arts arena's earth layer. Boom! Shilyu was violently smashed onto the golden layer. Instantly blood flew. Hey! For the very crippled Shilyu, for the first time he let out a heart-wrenching scream. East. In a flash, the entire golden martial arts arena shook violently. Squeak squeak. Each small long crack appeared on the golden layer. At the place where Shilyu fell, a human-shaped deep pit was smashed out, crimson blood, and the next moment filled the entire deep pit. Poof! Whitebeard suddenly pulled out his saber, suddenly swung it up, domineering saber, like a guillotine slashing saber, fiercely slashing towards the earth layer above Shilyu. King! Shilyu was still not dead, not knowing when he had grabbed the demon sword, in a life-threatening situation. He received the fierce slash coming down. A deafening sound of swords colliding resounded throughout the entire golden city. Chow-tu chow-tu. At the moment when the swords and sabers collided, the demon sabers erupted with an unprecedented force in history, a bright red blood light, blooming like a giant flower of blood splatter. 9 streaks of blood-colored air swirled freely, like a 9-tailed demon fox with 9 streaks of blood-colored fairy, destroying and flying at the place where the swords and sabers collided. Many pirates watching the battle nearby were even stabbed by such dazzling blood light that they couldn't open their eyes. The terrifying blood light exploded afterwards, and there was a terrifying aura that was like a giant ocean, covering the entire golden city in the sky. The terrifying aura was like the Great Desert, covering everyone with a layer of shadowy pressure. You can still resist. Whitebeard suddenly drew his sword. Pulling out the saber, he slashed out a slash. The sound of thunder and wind exploded. The saber's momentum swirled around, like a long row of howls, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, extremely terrifying. With unparalleled destructive power, the second time it slashed Shilyu. In this instant, Shilyu let out a loud roar, facing Whitebeard's fierce slash. He was no longer able to stabilize. This was the real killer move. No beauty could block it. His entire face became distorted, just as the blade carried a thunderous roar. And the death toll was at a critical juncture. Shilyu's entire body turned pitch black. This was far from enough. Shilyu's body had even transformed into a huge tortoise shell. Not wrong. It's a turtle shell. An ancient and huge turtle shell, with jet-black hockey weapons swirling around. East. The saber fiercely slashed down on the huge turtle shell, emitting a sound like thunderous rumble. Poof! This huge turtle shell, again borrowed force, suddenly slid away into the distance. On the ground left a fresh crimson blood stain. Escaped from the range of Whitebeard's slash. Armed hockey. Zoan turtle system is really powerful. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Everyone was amazed. The Zoan turtle's true ability originally belonged to the 4 emperors Charlotte Linleen's fighter Pecoms, but unexpectedly at this moment, it appeared on Shilyu's body. Even Akiji, who had been calmly watching the battle, couldn't help but be surprised at this moment and said to himself in a low voice, "Is this Blackbeard's ability?" At this moment, Akiji seemed to understand. The Blackbeard pirates have been hunting demonic-type ability users ever since entering the New World. Possessed people watching the fight all became confused. Originally thought Shilyu would die tragically under Whitebeard's knife. But unexpectedly, at the most crucial moment, a problem suddenly arose. Extremely desperate, Shilyu unleashed a powerful armament hockey, along with his never-before-revealed turtle, spelling error, ability. The Zoan turtle's true ability, no one has ever dared to look down on it. Especially now, its absolute defensibility, falling into the hands of a madman, extraordinary swordsmanship combined with powerful defense, is really possible. That's what it wants to be. Look quickly. Shilyu turtle's shell has streaks of silver. At this time, there were careful people who discovered an unexpected place. Although Shilyu had the ability to block Whitebeard's fatal slash, a deep crack appeared on the turtle's shell, shocking to the eyes. Oh my god! Whitebeard's blade is truly awesome. Many people cried out in confusion. Whitebeard's swordsmanship is as domineering as he is. If he gives you a lucky chance to injure you the first time, he will absolutely not give you a second chance to injure you. So, does that mean Whitebeard absolutely won't give Shilyu a second chance to resist? Some people were scared out of their wits as soon as they spoke, and when they reached this point, many people's bodies shook. With Shilyu's ruthless personality, I'm afraid he will bet his life on this final blow. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide open, staring at the golden throne on the high platform, fiercely fighting. Everyone is looking forward to this final battle of life and death. The new world has fallen into the hands of the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates, a group of injured and disabled members, are now attentively watching the world's #1 swordsmanship convention live broadcast. Especially seeing the end on Shilyu's turtle shell appeared a startling crack, and every gaze became silent. Captain, it's like Shilyu's condition. Isn't it very good? The champion's name was Jesus. Burgess, his body covered in bandages, had been smiling brightly while watching the live broadcast. At this moment, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of caution and worry. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard grinned widely, revealing a toothless mouth, like a gambler about to lose everything, still maintaining a charming and confident smile. Shilyu knows his limits. Don't worry. I feel very dangerous. Completely silent, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Q, for the first time speaking, his face was filled with solemnity. Turtle's ability is truly amazing. It cannot stop Whitebeard slash. Many Blackbeard Pirates members were silent. This point, they knew better than anyone. Being able to block Whitebeard's attacks once or twice was equivalent to saving 1 or 2 lives. Thief, ha ha ha. Let's bet on the first person to die. It's Whitebeard. Blackbeard was the only one who kept his cool. If he didn't have a bit of Su Ding's strength, how could he have hidden in the Whitebeard Pirates for 20 years? Deciding to let Shilyu go participate in the world's #1 swordsmanship and kill Whitebeard in front of everyone, this was originally a world-shaking gamble, with wins and losses. Moreover, in Blackbeard's eyes, anything that doesn't have a final conclusion has more than one possibility, either winning or losing. Only in the end, someone dies. Can it be decided? Captain. At this moment, a pirate rushed over from outside. His expression was tense as he hurriedly said, with Marco as the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates' remnants, he has already retaken Merman Island. Fisherman Island is the first half of the Grand Line, the only 2 paths to the New World, the only path for pirates to enter the New World. Fresh Flower Bridge. Now the Whitebeard Pirates have seized control of Merman Island. This is to strangle the first half of the Grand Line and the New World by the throat. The intention in this, even a wise person can see. Marco. They finally dare to show themselves. Thief, ha ha ha. The golden jade is splendid. The noble flowers are leisurely in the golden city. Shilyu move. Guild Tesoro grabbed the golden microphone and shouted excitedly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone is staring at the final battle. Next, absolutely a heart-pounding scene. The golden platform was covered in blood, like a burning flame. In everyone's eyes, a raging fire was burning. Shilyu, who had always been cold and bloodthirsty, was now burning with blood. In a life-and-death battle with Whitebeard, a truly powerful person, it was absolutely more enjoyable than killing the weak. Even though there will be the threat of death, only the weak will fear death. Shilyu suddenly kicked out. Mr. No sword, but the 6th form Navy Rankyaku. In just a flash, a dazzling flash of dagger light formed, rapidly slashing towards Whitebeard. Like thunder roaring, Rankyaku's slash rapidly transformed until it turned into an estimated 10 m long slash, slashing straight towards Whitebeard. This kind of strength. Don't use it in battle before you die. Faced with the fierce momentum and roaring Rankyaku's slash, Whitebeard was not afraid at all, not even having the slightest intention of dodging. Rankyaku emitted a dazzling light and slashed towards Whitebeard. For a moment, the entire golden platform was covered in an extremely dazzling white. Even the people below the platform were unable to open their eyes and did not dare to look straight. In the blinding white light, only Whitebeard was seen standing calmly. One hand and one punch flying out. Just a flash of armament hockey swirled around the fist. The fist was punched out, black gas swirled around the fist in all directions and roared. This punch was earth-shattering. Crackle. Only saw more than 10 meters distance dagger at Whitebeard, one punch below, like glass, like a rumble shattered, instantly shattered. Each broken white light shot out in all directions, a piece of white, 3-7 void, black gas vortex like long line of destruction flying around, all the white light touched below. All turned into instant dissipation. The image is extremely massive, making people extremely excited. In this white light, suddenly there was a flash of blood light. It turns out Shiryu had already stepped on Jeppu, chased Renkyaku, and was close to Whitebeard. Only, Shiryu still did not draw his sword. He was in the process of getting close to the person. Already using the Navy 6 form Saru, using all his strength, the light flashed inside, approaching Whitebeard. Shiryu's body flew, heavy as a mountain, kicked back, kicking towards Whitebeard. Boom! Whitebeard punched once, then took Shiryu's kick. Chow-tu chow-tu. The two people collided violently, immediately causing a series of snake-like whirlpools of energy. Two types of powerful hockey armaments made the vortexes all turn into a dark color, mixed with blood light and golden light. Each vortex turned into a strange dark purple color, with Whitebeard's fist as the center, like each one flying in all directions, freely flying dark purple giant snakes. Whitebeard used one hand to strike, restraining Shiryu's leg, then suddenly violently struck the ground. Winter. Shiryu was in a critical situation, turning into a black turtle form. The turtle shell hit the ground. With heavy force it slammed into the golden layer, emitting a heavy sound like thunder. The golden earth layer was smashed into a deep hole. Crackle. Shiryu shot up, was rolling in the middle, released the impact force, along with a clear sound rang out. His entire black turtle shell behind him appeared densely intertwined cracks, along with densely intertwined, seeing startlingly long bloodlines. Neither of them drew their swords, but every time they attacked, it was extremely dangerous, and they could lose their lives at any moment. Once any two people draw their swords, blood will definitely flow on the spot, even. At least one person will die in the Yellow Springs. Chow-tu chow-tu. Without stopping at all, Shiryu turned around in a flash, suddenly in the middle, continuously kicked out about 10 terrifying Renkyaku. At the same time, each extremely dangerous and dazzling white light, with cunning angles, from every direction without a fatal angle, slashed towards Whitebeard. If there was a shockwave, facing such a dangerous attack, Whitebeard only needed one punch. That is, without any shock, it becomes dangerous. Shiryu was clear about this point, so he used Renkyaku to attack as long as he could stop Whitebeard for a moment. Giving Whitebeard a little more trouble, he would be able to find an opportunity. An opportunity to strike out with his sword, a deadly sword strike, a bloodthirsty sword strike. A life-threatening sword strike. Wow, wow! Suddenly, Whitebeard suddenly swung his right hand into a saber, like a windmill changing continuously. In a moment a hurricane howled. A whistling sound suddenly rang out. Long. Storm. Everyone was stunned. Only saw Whitebeard continuously change the blade style, a terrifying storm. Just a moment along with the continuous change of blade style formed, Ping Bai's fierce aura. The momentum was rolling, even standing in a very far place watching the battle. The clothes were rubbed and fluttered. Even while talking, the lips were blown by the strong wind. Even a row of people nearby were rubbed to the point of falling left and right. This terrifying rolling momentum scared a group of people's faces to the point of obvious disfigurement. Boom, boom, boom. The storm was forming, like thunder and lightning were exploding. The sound was overwhelming, extremely terrifying. Squeak, squeak. Possessing Renkyaku dagger, under the blade and storm, all of it shattered into pieces like glass, turning into countless white lights that were sucked into the storm. In a moment, the storm flashed with dazzling white light, becoming even more terrifying. Sigh. At this moment, Shiryu moved, the gray mountain blood blade in his hand, was even more emitting a dazzling blood light. Even though on his shoulder was a huge fist hole, flowing terrifying blood, revealing gloomy white bones. Even though on his back were densely covered with blood vessels, from turtle form back to human form will still leave the original wound, seeing the shock. Shilyu's speed was still as fast as lightning. The gray mountain blood blade left a blood-colored lightning after image in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Whitebeard's saber in hand shook, fiercely throwing it forward. The saber was thrown out at an extremely terrifying speed. Immediately there was a thunderous explosion. The air was pierced into nothingness. The storm is also moving. Following the sword momentum, it rushed out, towards the blood-colored lightning that was gathering and rushing towards it. In a flash, Shilyu rushed into the dragon whirlwind. Oh my god! Bloodstorm! In just a blink of an eye, the white light flashed and turned into a blood-colored storm. This scene stunned countless people. East, blood-colored dragon coil wind. The blade force pierced through Shilyu, bringing it flying out, screaming inside, leaving behind a blood-colored trajectory, finally fiercely slammed into the golden earth layer, emitting a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering loud noise. This is the effect of powerful observation haki. Whitebeard's sword pierced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he had already guessed Shilyu's location. A knife pierced the body. Turtle is indeed powerful, but still can't stop Whitebeard's domineering attack at this moment. Shilyu's half-body was pierced and shattered by the blade. Maybe? Shilyu is still ferocious. Just like he said, only the weak would fear death. As ruthless as he was, death to him was just a blink of an eye and was no problem. Just as he was being pierced by the blade, the gray mountain blood blade containing the terrifying killing intent in his hand had already carried with it a terrifying destructive force and shot out. Retirement. Almost at the same time, on one side of the storm, a streak of blood-colored lightning emitted a terrifying and ear-piercing explosion, suddenly stabbed towards Whitebeard's heart position. No escape. This is Shilyu's fatal blow. Can't let people run away. Whitebeard didn't say a word. He had already gathered strength in his other hand, and suddenly punched out. Black fist, received like lightning, suddenly struck to the gray mountain blood blade. Boom, boom, boom. In just a flash, each blood-colored vortex, with the gray mountain blood blade as the center, simultaneously shot towards Whitebeard's fist. Wow, wow, wow. The blood-colored demon light flashed across the gray mountain blood blade, and suddenly, the sword body disintegrated, dissolving into pieces of terrifying brown-black dust. Volcanic ash death. This contained terrifying force, using the sword body disintegration and the demon blade disappearance as a price, and dissolving out the volcanic dust with extremely fast speed, simultaneously shooting towards Whitebeard. This dust cloud is far more terrifying than before. The dust cloud on the shore of the air also buried the sea to pieces. The power can be imagined terrifying. Numb. Seeing such a situation, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The demon's sword disintegrated. This has exceeded everyone's hearing. Simply never heard of it. Rumor has it that famous swords all inherit their master's immortal will. At the moment of their master's death, they will complete the will left behind by their master. This world's famous sword will only accept the previous owner's will before taking over the new owner. Otherwise, even if you have it, you won't be able to control it. The Grey Mountain Blood Blade is indeed a demon blade. It has the will to share life and death with its master. Shilyu was pierced by the sword and will definitely die. Shilyu's lifelong companion, the Grey Mountain Blood Blade, knows this point, so even if it disintegrates, we must complete Shilyu's will. Kill Whitebeard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky is filled with dust, with terrifying power, covering Whitebeard, fire. This is an absolute close-range disintegration attack. There is basically no way to escape. Even a powerful person like Whitebeard is so terrifying. As before cannot do. Mr. An unprecedented powerful hockey armament instantly enveloped Whitebeard's entire body. Puffy, puffy. Each sound was like Karinai Tekai burning out, his head falling into the cold water. The sound rang out. Grey Mountain blood received to dissolve as price, transformed into a dense and terrifying volcanic dust that completely hit Whitebeard. Thick smoke instantly appeared in a flash. Cover Whitebeard. System. Restore my injuries. Whitebeard immediately called out the system. The host currently has 22,000 sentiment points, and healing his injuries requires 60,000 sentiment points. Healing the host's injuries consumes 60,000 sentiment points. The sound system rang out at the same time, a force like spring flowers blooming in Whitebeard's body, like a warm current, like a whirlpool returning to heaven, rapidly circulating. Very quickly, the thick smoke cleared up and Whitebeard appeared safely in everyone's sight. Noisy. Everyone was stunned. Both eyes wide open, mouth wide. At this moment, countless valuable emotions appeared on Whitebeard. Oh my god, Shilyu let the demon blade disintegrate. Disintegrating into dust, even the air distorted and disappeared. All hit Whitebeard under the situation. Whitebeard was safe and sound. Countless pirates were shocked by the violent earthquake. Looks like there's no injury. I don't know if it's true or not. 367. Sitting on a large golden chair, the golden lion Shiki, revealing a look of eagerness, thought to himself. Whitebeard. As expected of Whitebeard, Yuru, who was carrying the black saber on his back, stood straight and arrogant with his eagle eyes on Mihawk, his expression calm as he spat out a few words. You die. Whitebeard walked towards the sword stance. Single-handedly grasped the sword's handle, lowered his head to observe the half-broken body that was pinned to the ground on the upper layer of Shilyu, and calmly and steadily said, Death. It's really that simple. The body had already disintegrated, but there was still a trace of Shilyu left behind. Every time he spat out a word, his body would spurt out a mouthful of fresh blood. Whitebeard. Teach will give you a pleasant surprise. Boom. Whitebeard raised his foot, suddenly stomped down. In just a moment, countless fresh blood flew. Under Whitebeard's feet flowed a startlingly bright red flower. Death is always as simple as that. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone sitting in the Golden City was breathing heavily. Nervous and excited to the extreme. Especially when Whitebeard kicked down, Shilyu's entire body exploded. The moment blood bloomed like flowers, it made Ping Bai's blood boil even more. This is Whitebeard's first battle, just the beginning. Also entered the climax of a kind that made countless people become enthusiastic, excited, tense, extremely exciting. Before the demon blade disintegrated, I thought Whitebeard would be seriously injured. Someone let out a long breath, as if he had lifted a 1,000-pound burden and said, What a terrifying battle. That terrifying ashes, in the end, could not withstand Whitebeard's powerful hockey armament and invincible physical body. Someone said so, shaking, Shilyu is dead. This caused countless shockwaves. Whitebeard's domineering way of killing people shocked countless pirates. This is a bit different from Whitebeard's consistent style. Holding the bottle of wine, King Rayleigh slightly shook his silver white-haired head. Whitebeard. Surely he wouldn't be so cruel. Purple-haired Senju Cracker looked at Whitebeard from afar and muttered in a low voice, Outburst of tyranny. Whitebeard. I hope you can leave this kingdom alive. The cake on the Blackbeard Pirates Island fell into a deathly silence. Strong as Shilyu. Die at Whitebeard's hands. Even the body is gone. The whole body was trampled violently by Whitebeard's foot. This was like a sledgehammer, fiercely hammering on all the Blackbeard Pirates crew members. Whitebeard's last kick is to stomp on us to see. The sheriff dressed as Lafitte said in a low voice. All the Blackbeard Pirates members were shocked. Whitebeard. This was a warning from out of nowhere, a warning to their Blackbeard pirates. Only Blackbeard protested, making people unpredictable. The first half of the Grand Line to reach the New World must pass through Fisherman Island. At the dock, one by one, the completed pirate ships were preparing to take off towards the New World. The moment Whitebeard killed Shilyu, a burst of cheers erupted. Father Hockey. Relieved. It was originally the Shilyu who left an incurable wound on George's body. Shilyu related to his demon sword, together disappeared. This made a group of Whitebeard pirates captains. All felt endlessly happy. Initially, they took Marco as their leader and launched the most intense battle with the Blackbeard pirates. Diamond George, known as the world's strongest defensive diamond, was still slashed by Shilyu with a terrifying wound that could not be completely healed. One can imagine how terrifying Shilyu's swordsmanship and his demonic blade are. At this time Shilyu was hacked to death by his father. What a great joy. Father. Father. A group of captains couldn't help but clap their hands in praise. It was Whitebeard's father who cheered. The New World is approaching a certain sea area near the Golden City. One by one, large warships quickly appeared. Approximately 60 warships. The Six Paths Order summons an unusually terrifying military force to appear above this sea area and rush towards the Golden City. Marshal Sama. We are approaching the Golden City, Gran Tesoro. Lieutenant General Mamanga reported to the phone. Marshal Sama confirms that we will carry out a destructive attack on the Golden City, Gran Tesoro, just like an extraordinary summons. New World, New Navy Headquarters. Akainu was holding a small cell phone, conversing with Lieutenant General Mamanga. Hearing Mamanga's question, Akainu's dark face revealed a cold expression. Without any hesitation, he said, "Once it enters the range of the artillery bombardment, immediately launch a destructive attack on Gran Tesoro." Akainu had not finished speaking when, at this moment, another private jet phone rang continuously. Wait a minute. Akainu did not hang up Mamanga's phone, directly grabbed the phone on the other side that was ringing continuously. "Sakazuki, you're really getting more and more daring to cause trouble." The other end of the phone transmitted a near-roaring voice of a five elders. "Who gave you the authority to mobilize 60 large warships to launch a siege on Gran Tesoro? Do you think you can issue an extraordinary summons to Gran Tesoro?" Akainu's old face suddenly turned black. The five elders shouted loudly, and his voice was transmitted to Mamanga through another phone. Akainu just issued the order as a marshal, and before he could hang up the phone, he encountered the five elders shouting loudly. Where did this old face of Akainu go? The dignified Navy headquarters marshal was shouted at fiercely right in front of his subordinates. This was truly extremely humiliating. So, Akainu is angry. Good money, King. Gran Tesoro has gathered countless pirates. These extremely vicious people, can't we just capture them all in one go, in one net? Akainu's face darkened, and he roared angrily at the five elders. Ever since Whitebeard's resurrection, Akainu has been continuously subjected to the five elders' loud shouts. He has had enough. Especially now in this kind of situation. For Akainu, who upholds absolute justice, he absolutely cannot let Gran Tesoro have this once in 1,000 years. One-time opportunity to destroy countless pirates. Moreover, Whitebeard is also here in Gran Tesoro. Sakazuki, are you crazy? In the holy land of Mariewa. One of the five elders roared angrily into the phone. Immediately stop all troops from advancing. Have all warships hide. Wait for our orders. This old man feels that now is the best time to attack. Capture all the pirates in one net. Bomb them all. Akainu's grave voice, on the contrary, was already shouted at by the highest level of the world government, so it was better to firmly maintain his opinion. Moreover, in Akainu's heart, he had always believed that Gran Tesoro was a gathering place for criminals. Sakazuki, if you don't want to be the Navy Admiral, we will consider changing people immediately. Crash. The five elders did not give Akainu any face, and after speaking, they directly died. That Akainu was so angry that his face turned black. Marshal, are we still going full speed? On the other end, Mamanga heard everything clearly. For the first time, he knew where Akainu was in pain, so he hurriedly asked, "Everyone stop. Hide. Wait for my orders." Akainu 457 almost shouted, followed by Mamanga's phone call. Akainu discovered that since Whitebeard's heavy work, the rift between him and the world's highest government has grown larger and larger, and the arguments have also grown more and more. Although Akainu didn't have much resistance on the surface, perhaps his inner self was firmly maintaining his own opinion, not even allowing Akainu himself to come to terms with the matter. This would be a world-shaking battle in the future. A world-shaking battle. Dazzling golden light inside the Golden City. From the Blackbeard pirates Shiryu challenged Whitebeard and lost his life. Let us Whitebeards cheer loudly. Guild Tesoro shouted loudly. He waved his hand. In the distance, streaks of smoke and fire roared. Brilliant flames burned, flashing a dazzling seven-colored light. In the Golden Sea, there is a golden fountain, which sprays up to more than 10 meters high golden fountain water, shining brightly under the neon lights. Whitebeard! Whitebeard! The entire Golden City was filled with cheers, people were bustling, and support was boiling. Who? At the moment when everyone present was cheering, the golden lion Shiki, whose golden hair was hanging down to the ground, suddenly flew away and flew towards Whitebeard's golden arena. Long golden hair fluttered in the wind. Golden Lion Shiki stepped on the famous sword with both feet, falling towards Whitebeard. Legendary level great pirate, that year almost killed Pirate King Roger. In an era on par with Roger and Whitebeard, legendary level great pirate, also the first great pirate to escape Impel Down in Impel Down history, Golden Lion Shiki. Go up on stage to fight Whitebeard. This action of Golden Lion Shiki unintentionally caused the already boiling scene to boil with cheers to the extreme. Two legendary level pirates battle. All the love is worth it. Whitebeard. I thought you were dead. How nostalgic, back then when we roamed the seas. Golden Lion Shiki's face was full of smiles. That rudder bowed his head and was good at scheming, but at this moment he was thinking, Whitebeard fought with Shilyu and finally suffered extremely heavy injuries. Looking clearly at the fact that Juan, BGFC, too did not have any injuries, many people were amazed at this point, but Shiki the Golden Lion could not believe it at all. Shilyu was not a weak person, betting his life with one sword. How could he not leave any injuries on Whitebeard? Taking advantage of the quiet to enter. On the contrary, it is very suitable for the consistent style of the Golden Lion. However, outsiders do not know what Golden Lion is thinking, but countless people support Golden Lion Shiki, because everyone knows. Whitebeard versus Golden Lion will definitely be a blood-pumping battle. I also thought you died in Impel Down. Whitebeard held the saber in one hand. His expression calm and steady as he looked at the Golden Lion opposite him. The black moon-shaped Whitebeard that belonged to Whitebeard was especially confident. Whitebeard. I've been looking forward to fighting you for a long time. Golden Lion Shiki's long golden hair fluttered, his arms crossed over his chest, standing proudly on the golden platform. His domineering demeanor not diminished from the past, majestic and imposing. Didn't you say, this era can't bear your pirate ship? Why did you crawl out from the grave? To fight this piece of the ocean again? Yeah, ha 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 ha. La 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 la. Whitebeard held the saber in his hand, confidently and domineeringly smiling. There is no pirate ship that can bear my pirate ship, so I plan to build a ship that can bear my pirate ship. Old man golden hair, I still need a shipwright to repair pirate ships. How about you let me be a shipwright? Concede the legendary pirate road to make people work as shipwrights. Such domineering and majestic words. I'm afraid that except for Whitebeard. In this era, there won't be a second person. Everyone was shaken by Whitebeard's hockey and couldn't help but sigh. Whitebeard's aura is enough to look down on the entire Grand Line. Don't joke. Let me make you a shipwright, don't forget. Your bones are old. This era should be called the Golden Lion era. Boom. Golden Lion movement. With a crazy attitude, he headed towards Whitebeard. As an era's pinnacle golden figure, in this piece of the sea, the most lively pirate, who doesn't know, who doesn't understand, the Golden Lion Shiki, when he attacks, is extremely dangerous, straight to Whitebeard. Golden Lion is determined. Whitebeard is definitely injured. Now is the best time. So without waiting for the newcomer to go on stage to challenge, Golden Lion Shiki took the initiative to go on stage and clearly Beard. Golden Lion quickly flew towards Whitebeard. His speed was extremely fast, and the ability of the floating fruit allowed it to naturally attack in midair. Its long golden hair fluttered, and the Golden Lion was like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Whitebeard. As he approached, two swords suddenly appeared on his legs and slashed towards Whitebeard. Mister. In a flash, the powerful hockey armament covered the Golden Lion's twin swords. Aotu and Kagurashi's two famous swords, under the hockey armament enhancement, turned into abyss-like black. It was slow to say, but happened very quickly. Two famous swords, one in front and one behind, simultaneously slashed towards King. The saber suddenly swung up and slashed down on Kagurashi's famous saber, emitting a deafening booming sound. The Golden Lion had another attack on Aotu and was following closely behind, chopping down. Jet black Aotu, like black lightning, instantly slashed Whitebeard's representative. No use. Whitebeard didn't say a word, suddenly used terrifying force, added to the momentum on the blade. In a blink of an eye the blade slashed Kagurashi's famous saber. Saw another hilt of the famous saber Aotu was about to slash Whitebeard's face. In this life-threatening situation, the blade fiercely and domineeringly slashed down on Aotu's sword. Boom. A violent energy explode at will. Golden Lion flew out, his long golden fur dancing wildly in the air. His entire person was unusually dignified and arrogant. I really didn't expect that at this age. He still hasn't aged to the point of losing his teeth. Whitebeard. Old coward? Don't joke. I am Whitebeard. A wave of invincible aura exploded from Whitebeard's side, and in an instant, the air currents were destroyed. The white robe behind him fluttered without wind, fluttering in the wind. It was truly unimposing. The saber aimed straight at the golden lion Shiki. Letting you be a shipwright is already giving you enough face? Only when I have a saber in my hand. Will I be able to chop off your head? Will you be satisfied? Petal. Whitebeard's voice had not yet completely fallen, when his entire body was already frantically practicing the golden lion technique. The long sabers swung wildly, sword lights alternated under the shadow of the golden light. The two people fought each other. The sound of swords and sabers clashing continuously rang out, accompanied by terrifying thunderous explosions, even the appearance of swords and sabers cutting. Sparks flying everywhere, lightning streaking past. Each of these scenes caused many pirates watching the battle from afar to get goosebumps all over their bodies. This kind of level of swords and knives clashing, one mistake, will definitely result in death on the spot. Don't joke. You and I can fight to the death. Do you think that by saying so, I will show mercy to you? Newgate. Show mercy. That's the idea of a weak person. Golden Lion Shiki did not fall into the disadvantage while flying backwards. Suddenly kicked out his sword energy. The white dagger sword energy tore the air apart, emitting thunderous sounds. The dagger sword energy's long tail slashed across the golden arena, emitting extremely ear-piercing metallic tearing sounds. The trajectory of the sword energy slashed across, leaving behind a deep crack on the gold. This is the Golden Lion Shiki sword technique. Terrifying destructive force of Jean Ba. White slash, straight to Whitebeard. Whitebeard was not moved at all. Jean Ba came to his side, and with a slash from Saber Ba, the blade drew out a black slash. Even the blade in the air around was slashed to death. Fresh flower bridge. Pink. The fierce slashes clashed, emitting thunderous explosion-like sounds. The white slash was cut into two pieces by Whitebeard's slash, passing from in front of him, fiercely slashing towards the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The two slashes carried the sound of thunder and wind, slashing down on the distant buildings. The two giant buildings directly collapsed, emitting a terrifying rumbling sound. Countless neon lights flashing. There are even golden lights shooting out from the collapsed buildings in the sky. Such a situation caused many pirates to scream loudly. Even Guild Tesoro couldn't help but excitedly shout. Golden Lion Shiki's single slash actually brought down a distant skyscraper. What an incredibly exaggerated destructive power. These buildings were gilded on the outside, looking like gold emitting a golden light, but in reality they were made of architectural materials. The destruction of several buildings was like a loss of hair for Guild Tesoro, who controlled 20% of the world's wealth. Golden Lion attack, too fierce. Even if the slash was cut into two pieces, it still had the terrifying destructive power of cutting down a skyscraper. One could imagine that if it was cut into the body, the result would definitely be two cuts in one go. But now, the Golden Lion's two legs suddenly kicked out more than 10 slashes. These slashes were even more terrifying than the previous Jean Ba, and their destructive power was even stronger. Each slash was blooming with golden light. These golden slashes responded to each other with the Golden Lion Shiki's fluttering long hair. Lion, Heavenly Iron Valley. Each golden slash. 10 million of them were flying around like a berserk golden lion, madly attacking Whitebeard. What a powerful slash. Everyone was extremely surprised. The Golden Lion's strength was absolutely arrogant towards the heroes, and his swordsmanship was even more extraordinary. Each slash wave that was slashed out carried terrifying destructive power. Dad, are you okay? Watching the battle from afar in the crowd, Icewitch revealed a worried expression. Before Whitebeard's father fought Shilyu, he never showed any worry, but now, competing with Golden Lion, he couldn't help but worry. Father, in the previous Shilyu match, did he not leave any injuries? Could it be that Golden Lion Shiki saw the spear? So he wanted to take advantage of the moment when Whitebeard was absent and attack father. 163. The more the Ice Demon girl thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was extremely high. The more it was like this, the more worried she became. If father was injured before, and now fighting with Kim Soo too, I'm afraid there's no need to be optimistic. Even the Ice Demon girl beside the other pirates couldn't help but show worried expressions. One must know the strength of the Golden Lion Shiki. who once almost destroyed the existence of the pirate King Roger. If it weren't for the stormy sea battle in Edward that year, the pirate kingship would have fallen into the hands of the Golden Lion. Although the Golden Lion is not as brave as that year, it can still maintain its super strength. This time, could it be dangerous? Kim Soo-tu and Whitebeard themselves are mortal enemies. Don't look at the two of them talking back and forth like old friends. When they fight, there is no ambiguity at all, not even the slightest bit of mercy. Such a fierce attack caused many people to be shocked, many people to be excited, and many people to be worried for Whitebeard. Of course, there were also a few people who secretly snickered. A bend. Virgo had been silently watching the battle, revealing a smile he had not seen for a long time. He had planned a series of shocking schemes, originally thinking that Shilyu could leave some pain on Whitebeard's body. In the end, Shilyu was directly hacked to death by Whitebeard with overwhelming advantage. His body was crushed to pieces. This scared Virgo out of his wits. Until now, Virgo saw the Golden Lion make a move. In a daze, he gained a slight advantage then, finally, revealed a smile. It was to avenge Dofla, using all his financial and material resources. Now looking back, it finally worked. Virgo's face was as serious as ever, but he also revealed a smug smile, like a chicken thief who had spent thousands of years to finally steal an egg. Whitebeard, this time. You must bury yourself in this golden city. Virgo's mouth corners revealed a curve. Golden Lion Shiki, it's really thanks to you. Even standing on the high platform, Guild Tesoro, who was explaining all the time, couldn't help but reveal a smile in his heart, thinking to himself, Joker. To deal with Whitebeard, there's no need for us to personally do it. You really died too unjustly. Still unable to stop Guild Tesoro's smile, suddenly the smile on his face froze. Only saw the originally slashed golden shockwaves towards Whitebeard. Suddenly changed trajectory, suddenly roaring towards Guild Tesoro. It's broken! Guild Tesoro's body immediately appeared a set of golden armor, covering his entire body. Ding dang! Like a bell ringing, the sound of a bell rang out, and Guild Tesoro, who was in full golden armor, was sent flying by the Golden Lion's two slashes. With a loud bang, a row of houses were smashed to pieces, and for a moment, golden light was scattered all over the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Guild Tesoro struggled to crawl out from the ruins. Fortunately, he awakened the golden fruit ability. At the crucial moment, he transformed into a golden armor, blocking the Golden Lion's two deadly slash waves. That being the case, Guild Tesoro was still dizzy from the shock, and when he crawled out from the ruins, his eyes were still shining with gold, just like the gold he saw all over the sky. It was so bright. Noisy. Seeing such a scene, many of the audience were completely stunned. They saw the shockwave change trajectory throughout the entire process. Only saw Whitebeard holding the saber in both hands, suddenly slashing out, a domineering and peerless slash, causing many of the Golden Lion Shiki's slash shock waves to break, and even causing several slash shock waves on the shore to change their trajectory. This just led to Guild Tesoro's accidental injury. Whitebeard's slash. It can really cut through everything. Even the trajectory of the Golden Lion's slash can change. Hearing Mihawk's Eagle Eye slash, it can change the trajectory of the bullet. This is the first time I've seen Whitebeard slash. It can actually change the trajectory of the enemy slash. It's amazing! Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. So unlucky that even drinking water makes his teeth numb. And explaining that he was accidentally injured. 4. 5. The two slash waves that Whitebeard changed their trajectory were able to send the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro flying. And even smashed a row of houses. Such a slash wave. How could his destructive power be so strong that it was beyond words? With what you just said, I feel that Whitebeard is stronger. With you saying that, I feel like Guild Tesoro is even more unlucky. In a moment, discussions arose from all sides. When Guild Tesoro heard these discussions, his entire body became unwell. His entire face turned black. His originally neat and handsome features gradually became distorted. How uncomfortable. Originally still smiling Guild Tesoro, at this moment only had thoughts of the group of people in mind. Faces black, work can still smile. Just happened to be a top artist, the strongest explanation he had. But could not help but be a little responsible, forced to pretend to smile, like this first, looked like the facial features were distorted, really. How humiliating. I'm so unlucky. Damn Whitebeard. Guild Tesoro was so angry inside. It just so happened that he was the king of the Golden City. He couldn't let it out. Laugh. He could only laugh, even if he was very sad inside. He could only put on a happy face. After all, he couldn't throw away the king of the Golden City and the artist's gold medal. Virgo was stunned, unable to stop smiling. Guild Tesoro won't blame it on me, right? Virgo was upset. He had finally wanted to see Whitebeard suffer the consequences, but the Golden Lion's slash wave was off course, chopping down Guild Tesoro from the other 12 high platforms, leaving him in a miserable state. Virgo may not be happy now. The pirates who were originally worried about the ice switch waiting for them were all stunned. They thought that Whitebeard's father would be in danger. Here are the results. Whitebeard is fine. On the contrary, innocent Guild Tesoro is extremely unlucky. The remaining audience was in an uproar. Even the Golden Lion on the field was stunned for a moment. Change the trajectory of my slash wave. This is something you couldn't do before. Now you're doing it big. In his youth, Golden Lion often fought with Whitebeard. The two of them were very familiar with each other's fighting methods. It was basically a 5-5 draw, with neither of them killing anyone. He had never seen Whitebeard change the trajectory of his slashing wave before. But now, right in front of Whitebeard, he had done it. This made Golden Lion feel a sense of strangeness. I don't believe it either. Whitebeard, who died once, can still be stronger than me. Golden Lion was always unwilling to give up, immediately launching a crazy attack. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of slashes and waves of madness, slashing towards Whitebeard. Once these slashing waves appeared, they immediately emitted sharp, piercing, wind-breaking sounds. And even thunderous explosions, causing everyone who saw them to feel their hearts tremble. Don't waste your energy. Whitebeard mobilized his saber, his armament hockey swirled above. His saber tyrant's momentum was unparalleled. A single saber slash was released, cutting off all the Golden Lion slash shock waves, completely off track, slashing down towards the distance. Boom, boom, boom. These terrifying slashing waves did not slash at Whitebeard, but instead, under Whitebeard's slash, the trajectory tilted, cutting off a building in the Golden City. A golden-colored building was cut off and then slowly collapsed, making rumbling sounds. The most unlucky was still Guild Tesoro. He had just crawled out from the ruins, brushed off the dust from the ruins on his body, and didn't even have time to pick up the golden microphone to explain, but was sent flying by a slash shock wave. A loud bang brought a row of buildings to collapse. Dust rose up everywhere. Guild Tesoro was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was not over yet. He was just about to crawl out from this place in the ruins, when a row of houses was chopped off by the shock wave, falling straight from above Guild Tesoro's head and buried in the ruins. Virgo's face was full of shame. He just wanted to save Guild Tesoro, but ended up being cut off by the burial structure. What a cruel strawberry blood. At that moment, the pirate group watching the battle were all scared speechless. Shiki the Golden Lion slash wave, it's no joke. If by any chance an innocent person is hurt, then the strawberry blood will also collapse. Many of the projection phone clones were killed, but there were still many projection phone clones at work, broadcasting such heart-shaking images live. The outside world saw such a shocking scene. Everyone was stunned. So, what kind of battle is this? The pirates of the New World were all shocked by the violent earthquake. I seemed to see the image of the Golden City staggering and about to fall. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are still fighting in the same place. Between the two people, each slash and wave of screams. The Golden Lion slashed and struck the wave, but was slashed sideways by Whitebeard's saber, destroying a row of buildings in the Golden City. Whitebeard followed closely behind with a slash, almost cutting down the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion Shiki used his observation hockey to avoid the attack, but had several golden hairs cut off with difficulty. This makes Kim Soo too both angry and upset. The people watching the group battle were all stunned. Gradually, more and more people felt that Golden City 833 was about to collapse. Whitebeard and Golden Lion, two powerful people who fight without any restraint, destroying the entire Golden City, is also possible. Boom! Guild Tesoro, a golden armored man, rushed out from the ruins. He saw the golden city that was destroyed by Whitebeard and the golden lion before his eyes, falling left and right. It was like Sungemo had destroyed it. For a moment, his mouth was full of pride. Boom! Virgo, whose entire body was painted black as ink, also rushed out from the ruins. Fortunately, he had powerful hockey circulating around his body before being buried. Otherwise, he might have been smashed until his head was cracked and bleeding. Virgo looked at the chaotic 8 realms before his eyes and was momentarily stunned. Whitebeard and Golden Lion. They're not fighting. Why is he destroying the city? Old Man Hong Kim Ton A. Guild Tesoro roared, but it was useless. Whitebeard and Golden Lion still fight without restraint. There were even 2 shock waves, screaming towards Guild Tesoro and Virgo. Guild Tesoro's own strength is actually extremely powerful. It's just that unfortunately. He was focused on explaining from the beginning. Seeing Whitebeard in danger, he got too excited, too complacent, and, as a result, without any warning, he was slashed away by 2 waves of slashes. Before his eyes, he immediately dodged the 2 waves. Hey! Guild Tesoro had just dodged when a scream suddenly came from behind him. Virgo was sent flying by the slashing wave. Virgo flew backwards and crashed into a pair of ruins, causing dust to fly everywhere. Boom! Waiting for Virgo to crawl out, seeing Guild Tesoro looking at him with a face full of frustration. He admitted his bad luck and explained, I thought you would explode those 2 shock waves, so I didn't run away. Guild Tesoro looked towards Virgo. For the first time revealing a look of stupidity, he thought to himself, this Joker subordinate, could it be that his intelligence is too good? Being able to avoid attacks. Why waste effort trying so hard to cut him to pieces without good results? Is it my brain that can't be used, or is it your brain that can't be used? Smoker. Who was the G5 Navy Base Commander? Virgo could see at a glance that Guild Tesoro was looking at him with a questionable gaze. More than 10 years ago. As the Navy Headquarters Lieutenant General Virgo, this was the first time someone had treated him with such contemptuous eyes. This made him, who liked to be called Mr. Virgo by others, feel a wave of anger. This is dead Whitebeard. Virgo finally blamed all the anger on Whitebeard. All of this was because of Whitebeard. That hateful Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion Shiki. Guild Tesoro didn't go and entangle Virgo's matter. He raised his head and looked up. What caught his eyes was the entire Golden City in a mess of ruins. It was truly countless brilliance destroyed in an instant, making Guild Tesoro's heart ache endlessly, feeling like his flesh was about to fall off. Never before had it been so painful. He looked at the place where Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were fighting, angrily shouted, "Come up to me." Boom, boom, boom. The golden competition stage was surrounded by extremely sturdy golden walls from all 4 directions, surrounding the entire huge golden competition stage. Whitebeard and Golden Lion were still fighting on the same stage, but the shockwaves they created caused the entire golden city to be in chaos, leaving it in ruins. At this time, Guild Tesoro took the golden wall and surrounded the arena. In this way, he could prevent the slash waves from continuing to destroy the golden city. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the golden fence, the battle became more intense and fierce. Each thunderclap exploded. The solid golden wall was constantly being attacked, deformed, and distorted. Fortunately, the wall was sturdy enough and did not break. How do we watch the battle now? That's right. We want to see Whitebeard and Shiki the Golden Lion compete in an amazing battle. A group of heartless pirates, while avoiding the shock waves, their first concern was not their own safety, but whether they could watch the battle or not. Guild Tesoro pulled the golden flag on the wall, completely blocking the sight of all the pirates at the scene. This made them very uncomfortable, each of them screaming loudly. Everyone watched the live broadcast. Guild Tesoro had not finished speaking when suddenly a loud rumble resounded throughout the entire golden city. Follow. The Golden Lion broke through the sturdy golden wall, and his entire body flew out uncontrollably. Oh my god! What happened? Weren't we still at the same level before? How come suddenly? The Golden Lion lost. What the hell happened? Golden Lion Shiki. Defeated again. Countless pirates were terrified. They clearly just witnessed the Golden Lion and Whitebeard's strength being equal, but as soon as the golden wall blocked their vision, Shiki, who was following the Golden Lion, was immediately slashed away by Whitebeard. For a moment, the pirates were extremely curious. They all looked towards Guild Tesoro. All because of this fence. just arrived and did not see this battle's most exciting turning point. Guild Tesoro was also angry from shame. His golden city was his heart's work. Now that the city was destroyed like this, his heart was bleeding. As a result, he was also stared at by a group of pirates with reproachful eyes. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Guild Tesoro glared at the group of pirates. What are you looking at me for? I won't take any of your berries. I'll show you clearly. If you can't see the local specialties, what does it have to do with me? Clearly for you to see. These words of hatred were of great value, and the group of pirates were instantly aroused. If you don't have the ability, don't organize the world's #1 swordsmanship convention. That's right. If I weren't heading towards Whitebeard, I absolutely wouldn't have come to this place of yours. If you do, I'll lose 10 million berries. Fuck, pay the money. I'm the #1 god of the North Sea. I lost 200 million berries here at your place. You guys absolutely deserve it. Pay the money. At this moment, each pirate group that lost their bets at the Golden City Casino stood up to conquer Guild Tesoro. One person took the lead, the others made a fuss. Absolutely out of heaven. Otherwise, if I had gone through 8,000 rounds of gambling in the South Sea and had never lost a single battle, how could I have lost 300 million and 90 million berries in this broken place? Return the money. You Gran Tesoro absolutely go to heaven. Not knowing who was in charge. For a moment everyone stopped paying attention to the battle. Everyone was cursing Gran Tesoro Casino to the gods. The sound of conquest, layer upon layer, the sound of people bustling. Guild Tesoro almost reached the point where everyone had to be exterminated, like rats running across the street. Everyone was screaming to beat them. A bunch of poor devils who refused to lose. Guild Tesoro cursed fiercely in a low voice. This series of events really made him angry. He even looked at the thousands of conquerors in front of him and didn't know how to explain it for a moment.